Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Star Dragons. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
Draconith did not raise suns. It broke them. Beneath a sky forever split by electrostatic storms, where black clouds rolled like funeral shrouds dragged across the heavens, the world lay in ruinous majesty. Obsidian mountain ranges knifed upward from plains of irradiated salt. Metallic oceans hammered themselves against continents of basalt and ironstone, throwing silver spray into winds that could strip exposed flesh from bone. Lightning came in blue sheets, crawling across the horizon in branching veins, touching the peaks with white fire and leaving molten scars that glowed for days. No soft thing lived long upon Draconith. Its beasts were armor-plated, fanged, and hateful. Its storms killed without malice. Its winters flash-froze blood in the arteries, and its summers dragged poisonous heat from beneath the crust until the air tasted of rust and old wounds. In the lowland wastes, where the salt flats shone like dead glass, packs of Draconi moved through the ash storms with predatory patience. They were vast saurian things, their hides ridged like layered plate, their eyes furnace-red in the dust, their jaws wide enough to take a grown man in halves. Their hunting cries rolled over the plains like war horns sounded beneath the earth. The tribes of Draconith called them elder killers. The star dragons called them teachers. A boy was not born to the chapter. He was offered to the world and judged by it. He learned hunger before prayer, cold before language, blood before brotherhood. He learned that pain was not an enemy, but a tutor without mercy. He learned that fear was a chain to be bitten through. Those who survived the wastes, the beasts, the storms, and the murder of other desperate boys were dragged from the proving grounds, not as children, but as ore taken from the mountain, unshaped, unclean, valuable only because they could endure the furnace. The chapter did the rest. Deep within the fortress monastery, carved into the iron-black spine of the northern range, beneath vaults where banners hung in air, heavy with incense and machine oil, the aspirants knelt. They were naked from the waist up, their bodies marked by old scars and fresh surgical ports, their heads bowed beneath lamps of cold lumen white. The chamber around them was a theatre of steel and stone, its walls engraved with dragon-scale patterns and names of the dead. Servo skulls drifted in silence, their augmetic lenses dilating as they recorded every tremor, every breath, every weakness. Cherubim engines carried bowls of anticoagulant unguents and coils of electu filament. Iron sensors swung from ceiling chains, exhaling smoke that smelled of burned herbs, sacred oils, and cauterized meat. The apothecaries moved among the kneeling boys like executioners in white and silver. Their narthecium tools clicked and purred. Needle drills descended. Monomolecular blades glimmered with sterilized cruelty. No hymn was sung for comfort. No hand touched a trembling shoulder. The aspirants were beyond comfort now. They had passed from the custody of mothers they no longer remembered, from tribes whose names would be filed and forgotten, from mortal bloodlines into the colder lineage of the chapter. Chief Apothecary Sol Connor stood at the head of the chamber, his helm maglocked to his thigh, his face pale beneath the reflected glare of the lamps. His eyes were dark and flat, without tenderness, without impatience. Across his own exposed scalp and neck, old scale scars ran beneath the skin in precise overlapping arcs. Some glowed faintly with embedded circuitry, a constellation trapped in flesh. He raised one gauntleted hand. The cutting began. The first aspirant did not scream until the third incision. That displeased Sol Connor. A blade opened the boy's chest from collar to sternum in shallow, deliberate lines. Not enough to kill, never enough to waste. The apothecary servo arms followed the marked pattern, carving scale after scale into the skin, each trench exact, each wound measured to the breadth of a machine spirit's tolerance. Blood slid over ribs and abdomen in thick red curtains. It pattered onto the stone between the boy's knees. His breath came in animal bursts. His hands clenched until fingernails split and blackened with blood. "Pain is not testimony," Saul Connor said. His voice carried through the chamber, low and even. "Endurance is testimony." The aspirant bit down until teeth cracked. The next sound that left him was not a cry, but a growl forced through bloodied lips. Saul Connor inclined his head by the smallest degree. Acceptable. The Electu filament entered the wounds next. It was hair-fine, pale as starlight, alive with caged current. Servo clamps stretched the carved flesh open while the circuitry was laid into the trenches, scale by scale, each length bonded to nerve and dermis with sacred adhesive and heat. The smell worsened. Burning blood, cooked fat, iron. The aspirant's back arched as the first current entered him. His eyes rolled white. His mouth opened in silence before sound finally tore free, raw and ragged, echoing against the engraved names of warriors who had endured the same rite and gone on to die beneath alien suns. None of the apothecaries paused. Ritual was not decoration. Pain was not theatre. Flesh was record. Memory required a medium. Every brother of the Star Dragons carried the chapters dead beneath his skin. When the Electu circuits awakened, the boy's wounds glowed blue-white. The carved scales shone as though stars had been buried in him while still burning. Blood ran between the light. His body shook, but he remained kneeling. Saul Connor stepped closer. "What are you?" The aspirant's voice was broken meat. "Nothing. What will you become? A weapon? What is flesh? A failing vessel? What is pain? Instruction? What is death?" The boy hesitated. Saul Connor's expression did not change. The apothecary's left hand moved. A blade slid from the narthecium mounted upon his wrist, whispering into place with a predator's grace. The aspirant saw it. He understood. In that moment, he also understood that fairness and mercy had never been kin. "What is death?" Saul Connor asked again. The boy swallowed blood. "Continuance, if the gene seed endures." The blade withdrew. "Acceptable." A second aspirant screamed until blood bubbled from his nose. A third passed into seizure and was held down by clamps while his flesh smoked around the circuitry. A fourth tried to rise. He made it halfway before an apothecary struck him across the jaw with a metal fist, shattering bone and driving him back to his knees. His rite continued through the ruin of his face. High above them, upon a pulpit of black stone, Chaplain Hetor Iakodos watched in silence. His skull helm rested beneath one arm. Without it, his head was shaven, his features hard as carved granite, his skin crossed by lace-tattooed scales that darkened from temple to throat. Around his shoulders hung a cloak of draconi hide, cured to a dull black sheen, its ridges layered like old armor. A Crozius arcanum rested in his fist, its head shaped as a dragon skull biting down upon an aquila. When the first of the aspirants completed the rite without collapsing, Iakodos descended. His boots struck the stone with measured weight. The boys did not look up. None had been granted the rite. "You bleed," the chaplain said. The chamber heard him. Even the servitors seemed to still. "That is not sacrifice. All weak things bleed. You suffer. That is not virtue. All living things suffer. You endure beneath the knife, beneath the current, beneath the judgment of those who were made before you. That is the beginning of worth." He moved among them, his cloak dragging behind him like the shadow of some slain beast. "Remember this. Rage is holy only when chained. Fury without purpose is the tantrum of beasts and traitors. Hatred without discipline is a door through which the warp may enter. Mercy given to the corrupted is treason by another name. The Emperor did not make his angels to forgive. He made us to end that which must not be allowed to live. One aspirant, his chest carved open and shining, raised his head. "Who is our father?" he asked. The chamber tightened. It was not forbidden to ask. That made the danger greater. Iacados looked down upon him. "The Emperor is lord of mankind." The aspirant's lips trembled, not from fear, from blood loss. "And our Gene father?" A long silence followed. The answer had been carved into no wall with certainty. It lived in half-sealed records, in the geometry of bone growth, in the chapter's hatred of weakness, in the reverence shown to iron, in the way their tech marines spoke to weapons before battle, in the way the dead were preserved through flesh, data, and machine. It lived in whispers of Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon, the broken lord of Medusa, whose sons had turned grief into doctrine and flesh into accusation. But whispers were not proof. Chaplain Iacados crouched until his eyes were level with the bleeding boys. "Ferrus Manus is the possible father," he said. "No more, no less. We do not kneel to uncertainty. We do not require certainty to kill in the Emperor's name." The aspirant held his gaze. "Are we Iron Hands?" "No." Iacados rose. "Nor are we free of their shadow." The chaplain turned so every aspirant could see him. "Hear this, and carry it beneath your skin. The sons of the Gorgon speak of flesh as weakness. They are not wrong, but they have mistaken one truth for the whole of wisdom. Flesh fails, iron endures, yet wrath also endures, if it is mastered. Memory endures, if it is cut deep enough. Brotherhood endures, if it is paid for in blood. We are not cold iron alone. We are the blade drawn from the furnace. We are calculation given fire." The aspirants answered as they had been taught, voices cracking, bloodied, half-human, and becoming less so. Fire and fury. Far above Draconith, beyond the storms and the black curve of the world, the strike cruiser Ladon hung in geostationary vigil. She was a blade in void darkness, her hull dark blue and gunmetal silver, her armored flanks scarred by centuries of war. Bronze dragon skulls adorned her prow. Lance turrets rested like folded talons along her spine. Macro cannon batteries lined her broadsides, each gun attended by chanting crews, chained servitors, and tech adepts who anointed loading rails with oil and ash. Her machine spirit was old, proud, and ill-tempered. The chapter loved her, as warriors loved a weapon that had never failed them. In the command strategium, Captain Tanek of the 6th Company stood before the hololithic display of the Balinor system. He did not wear his helm. It hung from his belt, its silver faceplate marked by a snarling dragon crest and the scars of impacts that had failed to kill him. His armor was the deep blue of midnight seas beneath stormlight, trimmed in silver, heavy with oath seals and kill markings. His Electu scars glowed faintly where they rose above his gorget and across the exposed skin of his scalp. One eye was augmetic, its lens cold red. The other was human, though no warmth lived in it. Around him gathered the clutch, not a council of equals, never that. The chapter obeyed hierarchy as flesh obeyed gravity. Yet within the clutch, truth could be spoken before command was sealed. A warrior could argue, a serf could report failure, a tech marine could contradict a captain if the machine data demanded it. Fairness existed aboard the Ladon, mercy did not. Bronze dragon skulls hung above the chamber on chains blackened by incense smoke. Each skull had been taken from Draconith's great beasts and plated in sanctified metal. Beneath them, the hololith showed the Balinor approaches, the ragged light of the eye's distant wound, and a region of marked void where old records grew thin, contradictory, and bloodstained. Captain Tanek regarded that wound in space with the patience of an executioner sharpening the same blade for the 1000th time. "Repeat the transmission," he said. The mortal Vox officer below him swallowed. The man's uniform was immaculate. His face was grey. "My lord, the astropathic choir has not yet stabilized. Tanek looked down at him. The officer bowed his head. "I speak only what is true, Lord." "Truth is permitted," Tanek said. "Fear is not." The officer's throat moved. "Yes, Lord." Sergeant Corridon of 3rd Scale stood with one shoulder braced against a pillar, though his posture was too controlled to be indolent. Much of his left side was augmetic. A silver-plated arm rested where flesh had been burned away in some prior war, and the left half of his jaw had been replaced with ribbed metal that clicked softly when he spoke. His armor carried fewer purity seals than some veterans, but more repairs. He had the look of a warrior whom death had tested, found irritating, and postponed. "Perhaps the choir is reluctant," Corridon said. "Screaming oneself inside out for the benefit of command is rarely attractive duty." No one laughed. That was not why he had spoken. Sergeant Evander of 9th Scale turned his helm toward him. Unlike Corridon, Evander wore his battle plate as, though already judging the room through a gun sight. His helm's lenses burned a cold green. His voice emerged through the grille, flat and iron-hard. "Levity is inefficient." Corridon's augmetic jaw clicked. "So is despair, yet the Imperium manufactures it in bulk." Evander did not move. "One invites corruption, the other is merely accurate." Captain Tanek allowed the exchange to live for the span of 3 heartbeats before killing it with silence. Sol Connor stood beside the hololith, his white armor marked with red helix sigils and old blood that no rite had fully removed. A cluster of servo skulls hovered at his back, each carrying surgical instruments, sample canisters, or sealed gene vials. He had come from the fortress below, the scent of cautery still clinging to him. 3 aspirants failed the rite, Tanek said without looking at him. 2 died, Sol Connor replied. 1 was ended. Cause? Pain revealed insufficiency. Insufficiency would have become cowardice. Cowardice would have endangered gene seed not yet implanted. A clean decision. A necessary one. Chaplain Iacados entered then, skull helm now sealed upon his head. His crozier struck the deck once as he approached. The sound carried like a verdict. "The living endured," he said. "The dead have instructed them." Tanek nodded. "Then the chapter grows." "It continues," Sol Connor corrected. Tanek accepted the correction with no irritation. On the hololith, the marked wound in space flickered. Balinor, containment routes, old kill zones, lost signals, the place where the accursed eternity had once manifested and taught the star dragons that hatred could wear the voices of brothers. The strategium doors opened again, admitting a blast of colder air and the stink of ozone. A robed astropath stumbled inside between 2 armsmen. His eyes had been sewn shut with gold wire. Blood ran from the stitches. It streamed down his cheeks and soaked his collar. He walked as though dragged by strings from within his bones. The armsman forced him to kneel. "My lord," one began. The astropath screamed. The sound did not belong to a human throat. It tore through the strategium, bursting lumen globes and sending static crawling over every vox channel. Mortal officers fell to their knees, clutching bleeding ears. Servitors spasmed in their alcoves. The hololith distorted, stars stretching into lines. The Balinor wound, widening into a black mouth. Tanek did not flinch. Corridon's hand went to his sidearm. Evander raised his bolter and aimed at the astropath's skull. "Hold," Tanek ordered. The astropath's jaw cracked open wider than bone allowed. Teeth snapped. Blood sheeted over his chin. When he spoke, the voice was not his alone. It came layered with others. Men dying in vacuum. Warriors speaking through broken vox grills. A child sobbing beneath static. Something vast, amused, and hungry behind them all. "Scales," it breathed. Iacados lifted his crozius. The astropath's body arched until his spine broke. Still he spoke. Clutch incomplete. Blood remembers. Iron remembers. Skin remembers. Sol Connor stepped closer, Auspex probes extending from his narthecium. The astropath's stitched eyes ignited with blue-white light. The dead ship walks. The hololith changed. The wound in Balanor's space became a shape. Not a drifting hulk. Not a corpse dragged by current. It moved with intent, a continent of fused wreckage and blasphemous architecture translating through the void by means no engine should possess. Around it, lesser signatures flickered and died. Ships, stations, choir beacons, lives. The astropath whispered the final words through a mouth full of blood and broken teeth. The accursed eternity has returned. His head burst apart. Bone fragments struck the deck. Blood painted the boots of the nearest armsman. Wet brain matter steamed against the cold iron floor. For a long moment, only the alarms spoke. Then the hololith completed its projection. The demon-haunted hulk was not drifting. It was moving toward Draconith. Captain Tanek looked upon the image without rage, without fear, without haste. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm enough to chill the souls of every mortal in the chamber. Summon every scale. His augmetic eye burned red in the gloom. Wake the guns of the Ladon. Chaplain Iakodos bowed his skull helm. Sul Connor sealed a sample vial of the astropath's blood. Corridon drew his bolt pistol and checked the chamber with a dry click. Evander lowered his weapon only when the captain turned away. Above them, the bronze dragon skulls swung gently on their chains, though no wind moved through the strategium. Captain Tanek stared into the wound in space. "Fire and fury," he said, and aboard the Ladon, the war began to breathe. The strategium of the Ladon was a cathedral raised to war and starfire. Its vaults were high enough to swallow the echoes of marching giants. Iron ribs arched overhead, each one engraved with the names of void battles, boarding actions, planetary purges, and brothers whose gene seed had endured beyond the failure of their flesh. Bronze dragon skulls hung from black chains above the central hololithic pit, their hollow eye sockets filled with votive lumen globes that burned cold blue. Beneath them, star maps drifted in slow rotation, the Balinor approaches rendered in light, each world and station marked by threat runes, quarantine seals, and old scars in the chapter's archive. The clutch assembled beneath that frozen constellation. Captain Tanek stood at the forward edge of the hololith, motionless in his dark blue and silver plate. The stormlight of Draconith still crawled across the strategium's viewports behind him, staining his armor in pale flashes as the Ladon prepared for translation. His helm rested upon the command lectern before him. Its dragon-crested faceplate stared outward with eyeless judgment. Chief Apothecary Sol Connor stood to Tanek's right, white armor made ghost-like by the hololithic glow. The red helix upon his pauldron seemed almost black. Servo skulls orbited him in a slow, surgical halo, their instruments sheathed, their lenses active. One carried the sealed blood of the dead astropath, suspended in a stasis vial that pulsed with faint inner light. Chaplain Hetor Iakodos stood to Tanek's left. He had not removed his skull helm since the astropath had died. His draconi hide cloak lay heavy across his shoulders, the ridged black hide overlapping like the scales of a slain beast. His Crozius rested head down against the deck, but every warrior present knew he could make a weapon of it in less than a heartbeat. Sergeant Corridon of 3rd Scale leaned nowhere now. Before the clutch, even his dry insolence wore discipline like armor. His augmetic arm hung at his side, fingers flexing with soft mechanical clicks. Beside him stood Sergeant Evander of 9th Scale, fully helmed, bolter mag locked to his chest, posture rigid as a judgment already passed. Tech Marines gathered in a half-circle beyond them, crimson robes falling over blue battle plate, servo arms shifting and twitching like restless iron limbs. Their helm lenses flickered with Binharic exchange. Behind them stood the shipmasters of the Ladon, mortal and augmented, men whose lives belonged to the vessel's machine spirit, and whose bones would likely be ground into the decks long before their service ended. Their uniforms were immaculate. Their faces were pale. At the far edge of the hololith stood the Blood Swords envoys. They wore red plate marked by penitent script and old campaign scars, their armor polished but never made bright. Their chapter badge caught the cold light like fresh blood on steel. They had come aboard before warp translation, crossing from the escort frigate Oath of St. Baruch under armed honor guard, though none among the Star Dragons would have called them prisoners. The Blood Swords had bled beside them too often for that insult. They were brothers, not by gene seed, not by Primarch, not by the accidents of founding or record, by war. That was the only oath the Star Dragons trusted without reservation. Containment Fleet Kappa had been born in the shadow of the Eye, where sanity frayed and stars died badly. It was no parade formation, no clean crusade host sung of by remembrancers and shrine serfs. It was a hard, ugly pact of watch stations, kill zones, patrol routes, dead worlds, and silence. The Star Dragons and the Blood Swords had kept their vigil there through years of warp storms, demon incursions, renegade raids, and the slow, bleeding madness that crept into every fleet assigned too long to that cursed frontier. The Blood Swords carried shame in their histories. Their penitent crusade had not been forgotten by those who recorded such things, and the Imperium's memory, though vast and diseased, could be cruelly precise when judgment was required. Others had looked upon the Blood Swords and seen failure seeking absolution. The Star Dragons had looked upon them and seen warriors still standing. That had been enough. The loyalty of the Star Dragons was not gentle. It was not forgiving. It did not excuse weakness or hide corruption beneath banners of sentiment. But once given, it was absolute in a way that frightened lesser men. If the Star Dragons named a warrior brother, insult to him became insult to the clutch. His blood became their ledger. His enemies became their necessary labor. They would burn cities, crack void stations, and grind armies beneath armored treads to answer a debt written in brotherhood. The Blood Swords understood this. They had answered in kind. The hololith shivered. A new figure appeared in the light above the star map, rendered in red static and broken gold. Captain Corvash of the Blood Swords stood upon the command deck of his own vessel, the image interrupted by warp interference, but clear enough to show the broad brutality of his armor and the sword chained across his chest. His helm was off. His face was marked by old burns and a ritual brand across one cheek. He looked more openly martial than Tanek, less still, more given to the visible weight of oath and honor. If Tanek was a blade awaiting the correct angle, Corvash was a drawn sword, held steady before the charge. "Captain Tanek," Corvash said. "Captain Corvash. The outer cordon has received your death signal." It was not sent as a death signal. "No," Corvash said, but it bore the sound of one. Tanek accepted that without comment. Corvash's image turned slightly, as though he were reading data from another display. "My ships have found debris in the Balinor approaches, Ordo Malleus craft. Some are recent, some bear hull marks from centuries past. All are marked with the same timestamp." The strategium remained silent. A shipmaster made the sign of the Aquila before remembering where he stood and lowering his hands. Tanek's augmetic eye narrowed by a fraction. "Impossible." "Yes." "Confirmed?" "By 3 augur shrines, 2 machine spirits, and the dying testimony of a servitor recovered from an inquisitorial cutter." The servitor spoke one phrase before its cranial vault boiled within its skull. Corridon's metal jaw clicked once. A useful habit that, every messenger dying immediately after speaking. Evander's helm turned toward him. Corridon did not look back. Corvash continued. The phrase was this: Remigius was wrong. At the name, even the mortal officers seemed to feel the temperature fall. Shadrach Remigius, Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, Keeper of Sealed Truths, master of threats spoken in the Emperor's name. Corpse now, if the records could be trusted. Ash, blood, or less than either. Tanek touched the edge of the hololithic pit. The star map altered. Balinor contracted. An older image unfolded in its place. A shape appeared within the light. Not a ship. A sin wearing the carcasses of ships. The accursed eternity. It was rendered from archive memory and battle augury. A space hulk of fused vessels, imperial, xenos, and unidentifiable, matted together by pressure, time, collision, and something fouler than all three. Cathedrals jutted from its flanks where no cathedrals had been built. Engine spires protruded like broken bones. Weapon decks opened into blind mouths. Its silhouette could not be studied for long, without the eye attempting to correct it and failing. The old assault, Tanek said, recorded in the 998th year of the 41st millennium. The hololith bled red runes across the hulk. Remigius came to us with seals of authority and half a truth. He named the threat a demon ship requiring exorcism. He withheld the full nature of the entity within. He withheld the failures of prior inquisitorial attempts. He misidentified the evil we were sent to bind. Korvash's image lowered its head slightly. He led you into a trap. He led himself into one, Tanek said. We accompanied him. The memory unfolded in fragments of light. Boarding torpedoes punching into a diseased hull. Star dragons in dark blue plate advancing through corridors that changed shape behind them. Blood. Swords fighting beside them. Red armor slick with filth and ichor. Servo skulls extinguishing one by one. Mortal armsmen hanging upside down in gravity that had forgotten direction. Walls opening to show fields beneath alien suns. Doors that led into the same chamber again and again, each time with more dead upon the floor. Tanek spoke without inflection, but the clutch heard the weight beneath the iron. The thing within the hulk did not merely possess matter, it possessed meaning. Vox signals returned in the voices of the dead. Auspex readings contradicted memory. Brothers reported orders they had not received. Remigius pursued the wrong heart, chanted the wrong exorcism, and believed his authority sufficient to command a truth he did not understand. The hololith showed a robed figure consumed by white-black flame. His price was his life. Sol Connor stepped closer. The chapter's price was higher. The apothecary's servo skull stilled. Arian, he said. The name entered the chamber like a round chambered into a weapon. Compromised by the entity, vocal patterns replicated, identity contaminated, body destroyed beyond reclamation. The hololith showed a warrior's helm, cracked down the faceplate, one eye lens still burning. Orestes, slain within the impossible corridors, gene seed recovered damaged, secondary progenoid blackened, primary sealed, purified, and retained. Another helm appeared, then another, then fragments of pauldrons, broken gauntlets, recovered identifiers, scraps of armor, a hand still locked around a combat blade. Daemon, lost, no gene seed recovered. Helican, recovered in pieces, gene seed viable after purgation. Morthax, body returned, mind absent, terminated by chaplaincy order. Pelion, armor found empty, blood inside was not his. No one bowed their heads. The star dragons did not mourn like mortals mourned. They did not let grief soften the hand or rot the will. They preserved names as warriors preserved ammunition. Each one had a use. Each one carried force. The dead were not wept away. They were loaded into memory and fired when hatred required precision. Sol Connor finished. Total gene seed loss was unacceptable. Total tactical ignorance was greater. Tanek resumed. Retreat was ordered when continuation became waste. The Ladon and allied vessels withdrew to firing distance. We hammered the hulk with macro cannon broadsides, lance strikes, plasma warheads, and blessed torpedoes until its outer mass destabilized. The accursed eternity translated into the warp during bombardment. It was not confirmed destroyed. Korvash's hololithic face hardened. and now it returns. It returns with intent, Tanik said. Evander stepped forward. Then there is no debate. Tanik looked at him. Speak. If the Hulk approaches an inhabited world, we enact cyclonic denial. Immediate. Absolute. No landing, no boarding, no quarantine theater, no petitions from planetary authorities. 1 billion dead is acceptable. 1 demon world is not. The mortal officers in the chamber did not move. Some forgot to breathe. Evander's voice remained flat. Population is mass. Corruption is multiplication. Sentiment has destroyed more worlds than hatred. Corridon turned his head slowly. That should be engraved above the mess decks. It would improve morale. Evander ignored him. The accursed eternity has already touched our rights, our dead, and our astropathic channels. If it reaches Draconith, we must be prepared to burn the cradle before the disease learns to walk from it. A growl passed through the Bloodsword's envoys. Not dissent, anger at the necessity. Corridon's augmetic hand flexed. We may burn the wound, Lord, he said, but first we might ask why it learned to crawl. Evander turned fully toward him. Questions are often the first luxury of the doomed, and answers are sometimes the only reason the doomed stop repeating themselves. Knowledge does not purify. No, but ignorance makes excellent kindling. Enough, Tanik said. The word cracked across them like a bolt round. Silence returned. Chaplain Iakodos moved into the space between the two sergeants. His skull helm tilted toward each in turn. Fear speaks in many voices, he said. One voice begs delay. Another demands fire before aim. Both serve the same weakness when unchained from purpose. His Crozius rose, not as a weapon, but as a standard. We are the Star Dragons. Our cry is not ornament. Fire and fury is not permission to rage like beasts. Fire is cleansing when directed. Fury is holy when mastered. We do not spare the tainted because pity whimpers. We do not burn blindly because terror demands haste. We measure, we judge, we strike, we destroy. The chaplain's helm turned toward the hololithic Hulk. The Emperor did not craft his angels to be frightened custodians of flesh, nor did he craft us to be butchers without discernment. We are wrath given armor. We are hatred disciplined by oath. We are the blade that remembers the hand which forged it. A low answer moved through the Star Dragons present. Fire and fury. The Bloodsword's envoys struck fists to breastplates. Corvash inclined his head, solemn and fierce. My cordon is yours, Tanik. No, Tanik said. It is ours. For the first time, something almost like approval crossed Corvash's face. Tanik looked upon the gathered clutch. Campaign order follows. The Ladon will translate at the head of the containment spearhead. Bloodsword's vessels will hold the outer cordon and deny escape to any craft departing the Balinor wound. All civilian traffic encountered within the quarantine envelope will be seized, boarded, or destroyed, according to contamination protocol. No vessel touched by the Hulk will be permitted passage. He turned slightly toward Sol Connor. Apothecarian priority will be gene seed preservation, taint analysis, and comparison with the astropathic blood sample. Understood, Sol Connor said. Iakodos. The Reclusium will prepare purity rites for all boarding scales. No brother enters corrupted hull mass without oath binding and post-action scrutiny. It will be done. Corridon. Third scale will lead first contact boarding actions, where intelligence may be recovered. Corridon's mouth twitched around metal. A charitable assignment. You are suited to ugly work. I have always admired your faith in me, Lord. Evander, Tanik said. The sergeant straightened. Ninth scale will enact denial protocols. Any zone judged unrecoverable will be sealed and burned. Any survivor judged compromised will be killed. Any brother judged compromised will be restrained for Connor if possible, destroyed if necessary. Evander bowed his helm. Efficient. Tanik's gaze moved across the mortal shipmasters. The Ladon will wake all guns. Macro batteries loaded for sustained bombardment, lances sanctified, boarding torpedoes armed, teleportarium prepared, void shields reinforced by right and redundant power routing, inform the machine spirit that an old enemy returns. The senior shipmaster bowed so deeply, his augmetic spine clicked. She knows, Lord. She has been growling through her decks since the astropath died. Corridon murmured, "Sensible vessel." Tanek ignored him. At last, the captain faced the hololithic image of Corvash. No retreat without data, no mercy for the tainted, no trust for the Inquisition until earned. Corvash placed a fist against his breastplate. By blood and penance we hold. By fire and fury we strike. The hololith dissolved into static. Alarms began to sound through the Ladon, deep and resonant. Not panic, never panic. The sound was ritualized urgency, the ship's iron throat announcing that peace, such as it ever existed, had ended. Across gun decks, chained loaders hauled macro shells the size of HAB units into place, while overseers shouted catechisms of ignition. In arming chapels, serfs locked magazines into waiting racks and painted purity seals, with hands that trembled only when no Astartes watched. In the Reclusiam, chaplain serfs lit braziers beneath the skulls of slain beasts. In the Apothecarian, Sol Connor's acolytes prepared saws, reductor drills, stasis caskets, and gene vaults. The Star Dragons went to war without haste. That was what made them terrible. The warp translation struck like a god's fist closing around the ship. Reality bent. The strategium lights dimmed to corpse blue. The hololith screamed in machine code. Mortal officers clenched teeth against nausea as the Geller fields rose in layers of invisible sanctity around the vessel. Somewhere far below, a servitor burst apart under psychic feedback, its skull cracking open and spilling grey matter over a bank of brass controls. Tech priests sang louder to drown the wet sounds of failure. Tanek remained standing. So did every Star Dragon. The void outside ceased to be void. It became color without mercy, pressure without direction, hunger without mouth. Then, with a shudder that rolled from prow to engine spine, the Ladon tore free of the warp and entered real space. The Balinor approaches opened before them. For a moment, no one spoke. The star field was gone behind wreckage. Imperial ships drifted in their hundreds. Frigates, cutters, pilgrim hulks, escorts, inquisitorial black vessels, merchant haulers, naval patrol craft. Some were ancient, their hulls flayed by time and frost. Some still vented atmosphere in bright streams. Some burned with internal fires that should have died in vacuum. All hung in impossible formation, a graveyard arranged by a patient hand. Identification codes crawled across the auger displays. Loyal, 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 loyal. A Vox officer began to shake. "My lord," he whispered, "they are broadcasting." The strategium speakers crackled before Tanek gave permission. The dead fleet spoke in chorus. Thousands of voices, crewmen, priests, armsmen, astropaths, children, Astartes Vox grills buried beneath static, all chanting the same words in tones no living throat should have held. Clutch incomplete, scales return, blood remembers, skin opens, Draconith waits. Behind the graveyard, something vast moved in the dark. Captain Tanek placed his helm upon his head, seals locked, lenses ignited. "Battle stations," he said. The Ladon's guns turned toward the dead. The Ladon came out of the warp with her guns already hungry. Reality tore open before her prow, vomiting the strike cruiser into the Balinor approaches, beneath a bleeding curtain of empiric light. The last colors of the immaterium crawled across her void shields like oil burning on water, then died as real space asserted itself with the cruelty of a closing fist. Around her, the graveyard waited. It was not silent. Dead ships should have been silent. The void should have kept its ancient discipline, swallowing every cry, every detonation, every prayer. Yet the wrecks spoke. They muttered through corrupted Vox channels. They pulsed with false identification codes. They dragged static across the Ladon's Auspex shrines like fingernails over bone. Frigates drifted in broken halves, their spines snapped, their armored prows still bearing Aquilas beneath frost and blood. Imperial escorts rotated slowly with their gun decks peeled open. Black Inquisition cutters hung among them like murdered judges, their hulls marked by rosette sigils and old hexagrammic wards that flickered in failure. Pilgrim ships, fat with shrine decks and reliquary holds, had fused together in obscene communion, their flanks grown into one another by warp tumor masses that bulged and glistened beneath the starlight. Cathedrals had burst through hull plating. Bell towers hung upside down from engine blocks. Prayer seals fluttered in hard vacuum without wind, each parchment strip twitching as though something beneath the ink still breathed. The dead fleet was immense. It filled the black from edge to edge, a congregation of ruin arranged around the distant wound where the accursed eternity had not yet shown its full face. In the strategium, the hololithic map became a storm of threat runes. "Multiple contacts active," said the primary Auspex officer, his voice tight but controlled. "Hostile auger returns from loyal transponder codes, bearing forward port, bearing dorsal stern, bearing starboard lower quadrant, vessel classes uncertain through corruption mass." The senior shipmaster stood chained into his command throne by brass oath links, his augmetic spine plugged into the cruiser's tactical nerve. Blood ran from one nostril. He did not wipe it away. "Void shield integrity at 62%, he reported. "Forward shield suffering empiric drag. Port batteries cycling. Dorsal lance shrines charged. Machine spirit wrath protocols engaged." A choir of tech marines answered from the lower galleries. Their binharic canticles clicked and shrieked through vox grills, metal tongues and human throats weaving praise into command. Sacred oils burned in the gun deck shrines. Servitors loaded macro shells the size of hab chambers, while overseers lashed them with electroprods and shouted invocations to the weapon's machine spirits. Below the strategium, unseen decks thundered with labor. Millions of crewmen worked in darkness, heat, and terror, each man a blood cell in the iron body of the Ladon, each man moving toward death by duty, ignorance, or both. Captain Tanek stood before the hololith. He watched the graveyard without haste. The first corrupted escort fired. Its gun ports opened like wounds splitting in rotten flesh. Armor plates peeled backward. Cannon mouths pushed through sagging hull tissue rimmed with teeth. The ship still carried the Imperial Aquila across its prow, though the Eagle's wings were cracked and packed with wet red growth. Prayer seals covered its flanks. Purity chains hung from its turrets. Beneath those marks of loyalty, the vessel screamed through every vox band and hurled a broadside at the Ladon. Macro shells crossed the void in blazing lines. The Ladon's port shields flashed white, then blue, then bloody red as impact blossoms crawled across the invisible barrier. "Port void shield integrity at 54%, the shipmaster said. "No hull breach." Tanek's voice was calm. "Return fire?" "Port batteries ready in 12 heartbeats, Lord." "Hold." A second escort rolled from behind the carcass of a pilgrim hulk, engines burning green. Its prow had been replaced by a mass of human faces, stretched across metal, mouths open, eyes fused shut, each expression locked in ecstatic agony. A third vessel followed, smaller, faster, its hull wrapped in chains of bone and devotional iron. All bore imperial markings, all broadcast loyalty codes, all came on with murder in their engines. A younger ship officer looked up from his slate. "My lord, we may pursue the lead contact through the gap beyond the pilgrim hull." "No," Tanek said. The officer paled. "The enemy presents its flank. It presents bait." The officer bowed his head. "By your will." Tanek raised one hand, fingers closing slowly. "Helm. Bring us to lateral drift. Port aspect to the 3 closest escorts. Do not chase. Make them enter our kill field." The helm adepts relayed his order. Deep in the cruiser's belly, plasma drives roared through cathedrals of iron. The Ladon turned with ponderous grace, Not fleeing, not lunging, but placing herself exactly where Tanek wanted her. The corrupted escorts continued their charge. Their gun ports opened wider, the space between them filled with fire. "Port batteries aligned," said the shipmaster. Tanek looked once at the hololith, measuring angles, impact probabilities, shield bleed, debris drift, and the patience of the dead. "Fire!" The Ladon answered with her full broadside. Macro cannons thundered down her port flank, each discharge shaking dust from shrine arches and bursting the eardrums of unprotected loaders. Shells streaked into the black, vast and sanctified, their casings engraved with kill prayers and names of dead star dragons. Lance beams followed, blue-white spears burning across the void with surgical hatred. The first escort vanished inside a chain of detonations, its prow folded inward. Its aquila tore loose and spun away, still burning. Internal decks burst open, spilling bodies, chairs, organs, and chunks of machinery into space. Men and things that had once been men froze instantly as they tumbled through the void, their limbs locked in positions of worship or terror. The second escort tried to turn. Too late. Lance fire cut through its engine spine and opened it from stern to midship. The ship convulsed. Something inside it howled across the Vox as plasma fire bloomed outward, turning corrupted metal and warped flesh into a brief artificial dawn. The third survived the first barrage. It came on through the wreckage, hull aflame, gun ports bleeding black vapor. "Target remains active," the shipmaster said. "Enemy torpedo launch detected. Multiple signatures. Intercept." Flak batteries woke. Point defense turrets rotated and spat streams of tracer fire. Interceptor missiles burned from launch racks. The void became a storm of collisions. Some torpedoes died far from the Ladon, bursting into dirty blossoms of flame and meat. Others survived, swerving with predatory intelligence. One was not a torpedo. It was a transport. Once, it had carried pilgrims or prisoners or indentured laborers through the Emperor's dark realm. Now its hull was swollen, patched with skin, and dragged forward by engines that pulsed like hearts. It rammed the Ladon's void shield and died there, crushed against invisible force, but its death was purposeful. Its ruptured belly spat boarding torpedoes through the shield flare at close range. They struck Deck 17. Impact alarms howled. The strategium shook as if a mountain had struck the ship. Red runes burst across the internal tactical display. "Hull breach," reported the damage officer. "Deck 17, manufactorum access spine, secondary breach near crew transit artery, boarding signatures, life signs corrupted, armsmen engaging." Tanek turned his helm slightly. "Evander!" The sergeant of 9th scale was already moving. "By your command." He left the strategium with 5 brothers at his back, their armored footfalls hammering through the passage outside like the beginning of an execution. Deck 17 had already become a slaughterhouse. The corrupted boarding torpedoes had punched through the outer hull and vomited their cargo into the manufactorum access spine. Mortal crewmen died first. They always did. Armsmen in flak coats formed firing lines behind cargo haulers and riveted bulkheads, laser guns cracking, shotguns booming in the smoke. Their discipline lasted until the enemy reached them. The borders were naval ratings once. Some still wore fragments of imperial uniform. Some had arms fused to boarding axes or shotguns grown into their wrists. Some had too many eyes. Some had none. Corpse cultists dragged themselves forward on broken legs, smiling with mouths full of metal splinters. Mutated armsmen with swollen torsos and exposed ribs crashed into the defenders, laughing in voices that came from their stomachs. A rating with a Vox unit embedded in his throat opened his mouth and broadcast the screams of the crewmen he had killed. The first armsman died with a chain hook through his face. It entered below his eye and tore the front of his skull away when the mutant hauled back. The man's body fired its laser gun twice as it fell, fingers clenching in death. Another was split from shoulder to groin by an axe too heavy for any human arm. his organs spilling across the deck in steaming ropes. A third tried to retreat through a hatch and found it sealed by emergency lockdown. He beat his fists bloody against the metal until a cultist reached him and chewed through his throat. Then, ninth scale arrived. Evander stepped from the mag lift into smoke, alarms, and viscera. His armor was dark blue beneath battle grime, silver trim catching the red pulse of emergency lumen strips. He raised one hand, and his brothers spread into position with machine precision. "Identify loyal elements," he ordered. A surviving armsman captain crawled toward him, one leg gone below the knee, leaving a slick trail behind him. "My lord," the man gasped. "Crew trapped beyond bulkhead 12, still alive. Enemy mixed among them. We can extract if we hold the line." Evander looked past him. His helm lenses registered heat blooms, movement, blood vapor, corrupted biosigns, and Vox contamination. Beyond bulkhead 12, dozens of loyal crew remained alive. Hundreds of boarders moved among them. The calculation took less than a second. Seal bulkheads 11 through 14. The armsman stared up at him. "My lord, our men are still inside." "I know," the order transmitted. Bulkheads slammed down one after another with the finality of tomb doors. The trapped loyal crew began screaming over the internal Vox. Evander listened long enough to confirm the seals had locked. "Flood the section. Promethium first. Rad cleansing gas after ignition." The armsman's mouth opened. No words came. He was a disciplined man. He understood command. He also understood that understanding did not save anyone. "By your will," he whispered. Evander turned away. Promethium lines opened in the walls beyond the sealed bulkheads. Fire filled the compartment with a roar that drowned the screams for 3 breaths. Then the screams returned, higher, wet, mixed with the shrieks of the corrupted, as flame found them all without preference. Rad cleansing gas followed, hissing through vents, turning breath to poison and blood to foam. "Section sterilization underway," reported a deck officer over Vox. His voice trembled. "Loyal casualties included in estimate. Do not include them as..." "Casualties," Evander said. "Include them as containment expenditure." He opened fire. His bolter spoke in measured wrath. Each mass reactive round punched into corrupted flesh and detonated inside. Torsos burst outward. Heads came apart in sprays of bone, teeth, and grey matter. A mutant with 3 arms reached him and died as Evander's combat blade entered its jaw, drove up through the skull, and split the crown of its head against his gauntlet. He kicked the corpse aside before it had finished falling. Third scale entered through the opposite mag lift shaft moments later. Corridon came first, bolt rifle raised, augmetic eye adjusting through smoke and heat distortion. Behind him came his brothers, firing as they advanced. They did not shout, they did not roar. Their violence was efficient, ugly, and immediate. A cluster of cultists surged from behind a cargo shrine. Third scale erased them. Bolt rounds struck chest cavities and turned them into red clouds. Limbs spun away. One body hit the deck without its upper half, legs kicking twice before collapsing. A chainsword came alive in Brother Malchior's hands, its teeth screaming as it chewed through a mutant's arm, crossed the ribs, and dragged intestines out in a wet grey rope. Brother Hest rammed a power fist into a possessed skull and drove it against the deck so hard the head became paste beneath blue lightning. Corridon shot a naval thing through both knees, watched it fall, then crushed its spine beneath his boot. "Deck 17 has declined in quality," he said over Squad Vox. Evander reloaded with a hard snap. "Your commentary remains unnecessary. It comforts the damned. The damned are being incinerated. Then I shall speak louder." A boarder twice the height of a man burst through the smoke, its body made of fused ratings, all stitched together by muscle and black wire. Faces covered its chest, some praying, some biting, some sobbing. It swung a length of anchor chain and smashed Brother Caliph against a wall hard enough to crack ceramite. Corridon and Evander fired together, The creature staggered as bolter shells detonated through its mass. Still it came on. Brother Hest met it with his power fist. The first blow sank into the thing's abdomen and burst 3 torsos inside it. The second took its left cluster of heads apart. The third drove its ruined mass backward into the kill lane, where 3 star dragons opened with disciplined fire until nothing remained but twitching meat and wire. Then the Vox filled with a hymn. Chaplain Iacados entered the breach through the smoke, skull helm lit by flame, Crozius held high. His voice rolled over the channel, not comforting, not warm, but absolute. By the throne, let weakness burn. By his hand, let corruption be broken. By his angels, let the unclean know the shape of judgment. A demon host crawled from the sealed bulkhead. It had once been one of the crew, perhaps an engineer, perhaps a deck priest. Its body had survived the flames by becoming something worse than living. Its skin hung in strips. Its ribs had opened outward like a cage door. Inside the chest cavity, a second face pressed against the organs, laughing through blood. Its hands dragged melted metal, as though the deck itself had become part of it. 2 armsmen fired. Their last bolts vanished into its flesh. Iacados struck it with his Crozius. The weapon's dragon skull head smashed into the demon host's ribcage with a detonation of sanctified force. Bones folded inward. The second face burst like a rotten fruit. The creature hit the deck, clawing, shrieking, trying to speak a name it had stolen from some dead brother. Iacados planted 1 boot upon its collapsed chest and pressed down until more ribs snapped. "Record this," he commanded. 2 chapter serfs emerged from the smoke, shaking but obedient, carrying picked recorders and reliquary Auspex units. The demon host writhed beneath the chaplain's boot, throat stretching, tongue splitting into black tendrils. "For the Librarius," Iacados said, "for the Reclusiam, let its death teach what its life profaned." He drove the Crozius down again. This time the skull broke. Warp light spilled out in a brief screaming flare, then guttered into smoke. Sol Connor arrived after the killing had become control. The apothecary walked through gore without hurry. His white armor was soon painted red to the knees. Servo. Skulls drifted around him, collecting vapor, tissue, bone splinters, and fluid still warm from corrupted bodies. A cultist with no lower jaw twitched near his boot, fingers scraping at the deck. Sol Connor knelt. The cultist's eyes opened. Blue light glimmered beneath the skin around its chest. Connor's narthecium extended. Blades opened the flesh. Clamps held it apart. He cut while the thing still moved, peeling back skin and muscle with exacting care. Beneath the corruption, luminous lines ran through the meat in overlapping scale patterns. He paused. That was enough to draw Tanek's attention when the picked feed reached the strategium. "Report," the captain said. Saul Connor's voice came back flat and cold. "The taint is structured. Clarify. Not random mutation, not simple possession. Luminal pathways have formed beneath the dermis. Pattern resembles Star Dragon Elect-2 scarification. Imperfect replication, but deliberate." The strategium fell still around Tanek. On deck 17, Corridon looked down at the opened corpse. "It is wearing our skin badly," he said. Saul Connor removed a glowing strip of tissue and sealed it in a sample vial. "No, it is learning the grammar of our symbols." Evander chambered a fresh round. "Then all contaminated flesh must be denied before fluency is achieved." "Agreed," Connor said. "But first, I will read what it has written." The last corrupted borders died beneath bolter fire, blade teeth, and flame. The trapped sections burned until nothing inside moved except fire and gas. Loyal crewmen who had survived outside the seals were dragged away by medici servitors, some missing hands, faces, or sanity. One kept repeating his shipboard oath until blood filled his lungs and turned the words into bubbles. The Ladon continued firing. In the void, Another corrupted escort broke apart under the cruiser's port guns. Blood Sword's vessels moved along the outer cordon, their weapons flashing red and gold. The dead Imperial fleet burned in pieces. Still more wrecks awakened beyond the debris field, their loyal codes blinking like lies told by corpses. Then every Vox channel went silent, not by command, by will. The static died. The alarms cut away. Even the machine cant seemed to recede into a distant metallic whisper. A single transmission came from the heart of the debris field. The voice was clear. It carried through the Strategium, through Deck 17, through the Reclusium, through the Apothecarian, through the gun decks where sweating crews stood beside smoking breaches and listened with animal dread. It was a Space Marine's voice, filtered through a damaged helm grill. Dead, known, and impossible. Captain Tanek. Sol Connor's servo skulls froze in mid-air. Chaplain Iakodos tightened his grip upon his Crozius. Corridon said nothing. Evander raised his bolter toward no target at all. The voice spoke again. The clutch is incomplete. Tanek stared into the hololith as the debris field rearranged itself around a darkness deeper than space. "Bring the scales home," said Brother Arian. Varrox Secundus burned before the star dragons ever set foot upon it. From orbit, the hive-forged world looked diseased. Its continents were hidden beneath bruise-colored cloud banks and belts of industrial ash. Cities rose through the smog like blackened teeth, each hive a mountain of stacked labor, gunmetal cathedrals, manufactorum spires, corpse starch refineries, penal habs, furnace districts, and macro foundries large enough to swallow lesser cities whole. Rivers of chemical runoff glittered between the hives in toxic greens and funeral silvers. Seas boiled at their edges where plasma heat bled from continental generator arrays. Orbital defense plates circled above the equator in broken halos, their lance batteries awake, their crews chanting prayers to machine spirits that had not slept in centuries. The world had been made useful long before it had been made holy. Billions lived there. That was what the Administratum ledgers claimed, though Varrox had long since outgrown the comfort of accurate numbers. Men were born in habstacks beneath roofs they would never leave. Men labored in manufactoria until their lungs became black paste and their bones bent from heat. Men died beneath presses, in reactor leaks, in ration riots, in penal foundries, in shrine queues, in the corpse starch vats, in the underhive dark, where faith became something with teeth. Their bodies fed the machines, their sons fed the regiments, their prayers fed the shrines, their fear fed worse things below. Varrox Secundus stood near the containment routes like a clenched fist of iron and meat, too valuable to abandon, too crowded to save, too corruptible to trust. Beneath its upper manufactorum levels, shrine cults had festered in the dark for generations. Some worshipped the emperor with nails through their tongues and rusted cogwheels in their palms. Some worshipped the machine with meat offered into grinders. Some did not know what they worshipped at all. They gathered around leaking plasma conduits, listened to voices in exhaust vents, and carved crude scales into the walls because the patterns appeared in their dreams. They thought the visions came from saints. They thought the light beneath their skin was blessing. They were wrong. In the northern hive chains, entire labor districts stopped working within the same hour. The first overseers to enter Manufactorum Hearth found 10,000 men kneeling before the plasma furnaces. They had opened their own chests with cutting tools, cog knives, glass shards, and their bare fingers. Their flesh hung in red strips. They had carved scales into themselves, jagged and uneven, yet somehow aligned to a pattern greater than their madness. Blue-white light pulsed beneath the wounds, not Elect-2, not sacred circuitry, something pretending to be both. The overseers ordered them back to work. The workers turned as one. Their mouths opened, and they chanted through torn lips, "Fire and hunger, fire and skin, fire and fury." Then they climbed into the plasma furnaces. The first ranks vaporized instantly. The next followed. Men pushed one another forward with ecstatic devotion, laughing as heat stripped them to bone shadows, and then to nothing. Others dragged the overseers with them, biting through gloves, breaking wrists, smearing blood across furnace doors. By the time the Skitarii response cohort sealed the district, the plasma shrine had accepted so much human matter that its output became unstable. The furnace spirit screamed in binary. The walls sweated grease and blood. Across Varrox Secundus, the hallucination spread. Penal Manufactoria heard dead relatives calling from conveyor belts. Macro foundry workers saw blue dragons coiling around the sun. Corpse starch processors began sorting bodies by the brightness of the scale wounds glowing beneath dead skin. Underhive preachers nailed cogwheels through their own skulls and proclaimed that the angels of Draconith were coming to open mankind like armor. Militia captains ordered arrests until their own men drew blades and started carving. In orbit, the Ladon watched the world convulse. The strike cruiser hung above Varrox's night side, scarred and grim, her broadside guns still hot from the void battle among the dead Imperial ships. Around her, Bloodsword's vessels took station along the expanding quarantine sphere. Escort frigates bled vapor from battle damage. Gun servitors crawled over their flanks like insects patching wounded beasts. Farther out, the graveyard around the Balinor wound continued to drift, but it no longer held the full attention of the Star Dragons. Varrox did. Captain Tanek stood within the Ladon Strategium, the world rotating in hololithic miniature before him. Red contamination runes bloomed across the northern hemisphere. Each one represented a district, a hive level, a manufacturing block, a refugee transit yard, a shrine stack, a defense platform crew, a regiment mustering ground. There were already too many to count usefully. Captain Corvash of the Bloodswords appeared in crimson static beside the world. The refugee convoys are already launching, Corvash said. Several are unarmed pilgrim barges. Some carry children. Some carry wounded guard from the outer hives. No ship leaves, Tanek said. Corvash's expression hardened. You condemn millions before inspection. I contain billions by doing so. They are Imperial souls. They are possible vectors. The Bloodsword's jaw tightened. There is honor in rescue. There is infection in pity, Tanek replied. It learns the shape of mercy first. Then it travels wearing the faces of those we spared. Corvash said nothing for a moment. His honor warred with his knowledge. In the end, knowledge won, as it so often did among the Emperor's angels. My ships will hold the cordon, he said. Destroy any vessel that attempts breach. By your command. By our oath. Corvash's image dipped its head. By our oath. The first pilgrim barge died 5 minutes later. It rose from Varrox's southern hemisphere on burning engines, overloaded with men packed into cargo holds and shrine decks. Its vox screamed loyalty. Its hull displayed Aquilas. Its passengers sang hymns so loudly that their voices distorted through the transmission. Bloodsword's warnings were issued. The barge continued ascent. It crossed the quarantine altitude. A lance beam cut it in half. For an instant, the barge became a white line against the planet's darkness. Then it opened, spilling atmosphere, bodies, pews, ration crates, and burning parchment into the void. Thousands froze before they could finish screaming. Some remained strapped into benches, mouths open in prayer. Others tumbled free with their hands still clasped. The wreckage fell back toward Varrox, burning like dirty stars. Tanek watched until the last ember vanished in the atmosphere. Begin ground deployment, he said. Thunderhawks descended through ash storms, with engines howling like caged predators. They fell from the Ladon's launch bays in disciplined waves, black-blue silhouettes against the burning sky. Drop pods followed, meteoric and merciless, their hulls wreathed in flame as they punched through the smog canopy toward hive spires and manufactorum crowns. Anti-air batteries fired from infected districts, flak bursts staining the clouds with orange bruises. Some rounds struck. One drop pod shattered before impact, scattering ceramite fragments and burning restraint harnesses across a refinery roof. Another slammed through a basilica dome and detonated its retro thrusters inside the nave, turning stained glass, rafters, and cultists into a storm of razored color and red pulp. Third scale landed in the Cathedral of St. Drusus, the Productive. It had once been a place of approved worship, bolted to the side of a manufactorum complex, a cathedral factory where pilgrims blessed the labor quotas and workers prayed before entering the furnace halls. Now, the saints had been defaced. Cogwheel shrines lined the aisles, each one built from machine parts and human bones. Pilgrims had been nailed to them in spirals, their limbs broken and pinned through steel teeth. Some were still alive. Their eyes followed the descending angels with pleading animal hope. Corridon stepped from his drop pod into smoke and falling masonry. His armor's auspex painted the cathedral in threat red. Heat signatures behind altars, movement in the rafters, biohazard fog in the lower aisles, warp distortion around the central furnace pulpit. His augmetic jaw clicked as he swept his bolt rifle across the nave. "Third scale," he said. "Cleanse forward. Preserve nothing that glows." Brother Malchior answered with his flamer. The first gout of burning promethium washed over the left aisle, consuming cultists who burst from behind bone shrines with hooks and welding torches raised. Their robes ignited. Their hair flashed away. Skin peeled from their faces in black curls as they ran screaming into bolter fire. Mass-reactive rounds struck them in the chest and abdomen, detonating inside flame-swollen bodies. Burning organs slapped against stone columns. One cultist reached Corridon with both arms outstretched, his hands already charred to claws. Corridon shot him through the face. The back of the man's skull burst across a prayer lectern. A heavy mutant came down from the choir loft. It had been built from several bodies and industrial plating, its arms reinforced by piston rigs, its belly split open around a furnace grate glowing with warp heat. It roared a corrupted work hymn and charged through its own burning followers. "Plasma," Corridon said. Brother Hest fired. The plasma incinerator screamed blue. The shot struck the mutant in the chest and blossomed outward, burning through plating, bone, and organs in a flare bright enough to paint every shadow white. The creature stumbled, half its torso gone, molten ribs hanging like cage bars. A second plasma burst took its head and upper spine. The corpse crashed into the pews, setting them alight with its own heat. Third scale moved on. They did not fight like mortals. They did not hold ground by fear and volume. They shattered resistance at the joints. Auspex sweeps marked concentrations. Bolter fields overlapped. Flamers cleared aisles. Combat blades finished what ammunition did not merit. Corridon ordered a melter gun brought forward when a demon engine tried to force itself through the manufactorum doors beyond the altar. The thing resembled a tracked furnace, with arms made of cranes and hooked chains. Faces pressed from inside its frontal plating, screaming as they stretched the metal outward. It dragged itself into the cathedral, crushing pinned pilgrims beneath its treads. One man's head burst beneath the weight, spraying the shrine beside him with skull fragments and grey matter. Brother Caliph knelt and fired the melter gun. The beam struck the demon engine's central housing. Armor sagged. Metal ran like wax. The faces inside boiled away, eyes popping, jaws melting shut. A second shot reduced the engine's left side to glowing ruin. It collapsed forward, vomiting black oil and half-digested bones across the floor. "Ugly machine," Corridon said. "Poor manners." A wounded pilgrim coughed from a cogwheel shrine nearby. "My lord," the man whispered. "Mercy." Corridon looked at the scale patterns glowing beneath the man's opened skin. He raised his pistol. "You have it." The shot was merciful only by comparison. Across the hive, 9th scale entered Refugee Processing Zone Tiber. It covered 3 stacked districts beneath a cracked dome of armor glass. Millions had been forced there by planetary order when the first riots began. They were packed behind barricades, ration cages, medici tents, water shrines, quarantine fences, and rows of gun turrets crewed by terrified militia. Men stood shoulder to shoulder in filth, blood, and heat. Some held work tools. Some held infants wrapped in oilcloth. Some held icons of the Emperor. Above them, warning klaxons wailed without pause. Evander arrived by Thunderhawk on the dome's western landing spur. The militia colonel who met him wore a rebreather and a sash marked with the symbols of 3 regiments. His beard was grey with ash. His hands shook, but he stood his ground. "My lord, we have contained the worst of the disorder. The people are afraid, not lost. We require screening teams, transports, food, medici supplies." Evander looked through the armor glass at the packed multitudes below. His helm display magnified thousands of faces. Sweat, tears, dirt, blood, prayer marks, panic. Then the lights began to bloom. At first there were only a few, blue-white scale patterns flickering beneath shirts and robes, then hundreds, then thousands. They appeared across the crowd in spreading waves, shining through skin, crawling up throats, across cheeks, around eyes. Men screamed and clawed at themselves. Others began laughing. Some fell to their knees. Some lifted their arms toward the sky as though greeting angels. The colonel turned pale. "No," he said. "No, we can separate them. We can still separate them." Evander's voice was unchanged. "Can you separate smoke from air?" "My lord, there are millions inside." "Yes." "Many are loyal." "Yes." The colonel understood then. He stepped back. "I cannot give that order. I did not request it." Evander opened the command channel. "9th scale to orbital command. Refugee processing zone Tiber is compromised beyond recovery. Mark for cleansing. Begin internal purge. If containment fails, request Lance sterilization." The colonel drew his last pistol. He was brave. Uselessly so. Evander broke his wrist, took the pistol from his hand, and crushed it in one gauntlet. "You will be remembered as loyal," he said. Then 9th scale entered the zone. Below, panic became worship, and worship became slaughter. In the corpse processing stacks beneath Hive Maricon, Sol Connor found a different blasphemy. He had come to recover gene seed from 2 fallen star dragons whose drop pod had been brought down by infected defense guns. The bodies had vanished from the crash site before his retrieval servitors arrived. Their locator runes led him down through rendering halls, meat elevators, marrow extraction lines, and vats where the dead of Varrox were boiled into ration paste for the living. The stacks smelled of steam, chemical preservatives, excrement, and cooked humanity. Connor moved with 4 apothecarian, thralls, 2 armed servitors, and Brother Deimos of the Reclusium Guard. They found the first cultists already dead, torn apart by something stronger than men. The second group died under servitor fire. The third surrendered, weeping oil and blood, begging to show him what they had made. Sol Connor let one live long enough. The biovault lay behind a wall of hanging carcasses. Inside, the cultists had built a false apothecarian. Stolen surgical rigs hung from chains. Gene vials sat in cracked reliquaries. Vat-grown organs pulsed in amniotic filth. There were hearts too large for humans, lungs folded wrong, ossified bone nodules, muscle cultures fed by nutrient lines, and warp-tainted blood. On the central slab lay one of the fallen star dragons, armor opened, chest cavity desecrated, progenoid glands removed with clumsy reverence. Around him, false organs had been arranged in a dragon-scale pattern. Sol Connor stopped. For several seconds, no one in the chamber moved. The surviving cultist crawled toward him, smiling with lips sewn back from his teeth. "We make suns," the man whispered. "We make scales. We make the dead ship a chapter." Sol Connor's Narthesium deployed. He did not kill the cultist quickly. When he was finished, the thing on the floor no longer had a recognizable face, hands, or voice, but its heart still beat, because Sol Connor required it to experience the truth of its failure. Then the apothecary opened a channel to the Ladon. Biovault compromised, gene seed insult confirmed, false Astartes organ cultivation attempted from stolen genetic material. Tanek's reply came after a heartbeat. Recovery? Recoverable gene seed uncertain. Sanctity violated. Continued analysis, risks spread. Recommendation? Sol Connor looked upon the stolen organs, the desecrated body, the obscene imitation of the chapter's inheritance. For once, rage entered his voice. Incineration, total, immediate, everyone inside. Granted. The apothecarian thralls looked at him. They were loyal. They had served well. Sol Connor activated the vault seals. "My lord," one whispered. "Contamination risk," Connor said. He walked out alone. Promethium flooded the biovault. The thralls, servitors, cultists, vat organs, stolen flesh, and desecrated dead burned together. Their screams followed Sol Connor up the corridor until fire ate the air. Above Varrox Secundus, Chaplain Iakados seized the planetary vox. His skull-helmed image appeared across manufactorum screens, shrine projectors, militia command slates, hab-block broadcast walls, and the cracked picked glass of refugee stations already filling with smoke. His voice rolled across the world like a tomb door closing. "Men of Varrox Secundus, hear the judgment of the Emperor's angels. Your world is wounded. Your blood is suspect. Your prayers have been answered by teeth in the dark. Do not beg us for comfort. We did not come to comfort you. Do not beg us for mercy. Mercy given to corruption is treason given breath." In the northern hives, workers stopped cutting themselves and looked upward. In the underhive shrines, cult leaders clawed at their ears. In the guard mustering fields, commissars stood among trembling soldiers and listened. The Emperor protects the worthy. The unworthy are protected from spreading. The words passed through every vox tower, every shrine speaker, every emergency siren grill. Resist the taint, and you may die as servants. Embrace it, and you will die as fuel. There is no third fate. For one breath, it seemed the planet held still. Then the northern hemisphere rose. Hive Maricon's lower districts exploded first. Millions of cultists flooding upward through transit shafts, furnace lifts, sewage canals, and corpse elevators. Penal Manufactoria broke their chains and marched as screaming armies, their Electu-like wounds blazing. Skitari maniples turned their guns on their own magi when corrupted Nuspheric code entered their cranial implants. Infected militia regiments opened fire on loyal armor columns. Servitor cohorts received impossible commands and began harvesting living men into neat piles of twitching meat. Mutants burst from underhive gates in tides of claw, horn, iron, and diseased flesh. Across Varrox Secundus, billions moved, not as one army, something worse, as one infection. The star dragons were angels of death. Their bolters could break. Hordes. Their blades could butcher monsters. Their ships could burn cities from orbit. Their wrath was disciplined, their cruelty sanctified, their courage beyond mortal measure. But Varrox Secundus had become a pyre made of billions, and the fire had only begun. The underhive did not roar like the war above. It breathed. It breathed through cracked pressure vents and broken coolant pipes. It breathed through corpse-stacked transit tunnels, through furnace ducts slick with old grease, through drainage canals where chemical runoff glowed beneath skins of oily scum. It breathed in steam, ash, blood mist, and the stink of too many human bodies left too long in heat. Every exhalation came warm and wet from the dark, carrying whispers from vox grills that had not worked in decades. Third scale advanced through it without haste. They moved beneath Hive Maricon, far below the manufactorum crowns and cathedral factories, far below the avenues where armored columns died beneath falling hab blocks, far below the refugee barricades where ninth scale had turned mercy into fire. Here the war had narrowed until the galaxy was nothing but tunnel walls, red lumen strips, bone piles, ruptured conduits, and the next shadow in which something hateful might be waiting. The underhive floor was layered with corpses. Some were fresh, still leaking warmth into the filth. Others had been trampled flat by the passage of mobs, their skulls crushed, ribs opened, organs smeared into the rusted deck plating. There were broken cherubim drones among them, their soft vat-grown faces split apart, their brass wings bent, their tiny machine throats still clicking fragments of prayer. Industrial coolant flowed in slow streams around the dead, luminous green and poisonous, hissing wherever it touched exposed flesh. Mutant nests clung to the ceiling. They had been made from wire, rags, machine parts, and human skin stretched between pipework. Bodies hung from them in bundles, wrapped in cable and sinew, some still twitching as parasites moved beneath their flesh. Auspec's runes painted them amber, then red, then uncertain as interference rolled through the passage like invisible fog. Sergeant Corridon raised one fist. Third scale stopped. No word passed between them. None was required. Brother Tylissus knelt beside a ruptured coolant pipe and pressed 2 fingers to the floor. His helm tilted. His armor was old, its dark blue plate patched with silver repair bands and purity seals hardened by ash. A deep scar crossed his right pauldron, where something aboard the accursed eternity had once tried to open him from shoulder to heart. The scar had been polished rather than hidden. Pressure shift, Tylissus said over Squad Vox. 4 degrees ahead, air moving against extraction flow. Ambush, said Brother Malchior. Or ventilation remembers treason, Corridon said. No one answered. They waited. The star dragons did not charge blindly into darkness because rage demanded motion. That was for lesser warriors, beasts, and men who mistook courage for impatience. Third scale mapped the tunnel before killing it. Auspec's sweeps crawled over rusted walls. Heat signatures bloomed behind collapsed machinery. Vox ghosts whispered from dead speakers. Pressure changes marked hidden doors. Scratched symbols, crude scale patterns, and blood handprints showed cultist traffic through service crawlways. Corridon studied it all. His augmetic eyes cycled through thermal, motion, Auspec's overlay, and low-light picked capture. His living eye narrowed. The tunnel ahead widened into a junction choked by barricades. Bodies had been stacked waist-high before the barrier, not as cover, but as insulation against flame. Behind them, heat signatures shifted. Dozens, then hundreds, some too large to be men. A mortal officer of the Veroxian hive militia crouched nearby, flanked by the last of his command squad. His rebreather lenses were cracked. Blood soaked the sleeve where his left arm ended above the wrist. He looked at the barricade as though it were the edge of the world. "My lord," he said, voice muffled through static. "Those tunnels are impassable. We tried with 2 platoons. The barricades are mined. The bastards have heavy cutters and stolen servitors behind the dead. There is no way through without siege gear." Corridon looked down at him. "Then we will pass through what blocks them." The officer swallowed. "Lord." Corridon turned back to his squad. "Kill the barricade." Third scale opened fire. Bolters thundered in the confines of the tunnel, each shot a contained detonation that shook rust flakes from the ceiling. Mass reactive rounds punched into the corpse wall and exploded behind it. Dead bodies burst into wet fragments, torsos splitting, limbs cartwheeling, skulls coming apart in fans of bone and grey matter. The barricade did not fall so much as become red weather. Blood mist filled the passage. Chunks of flesh slapped against Corridon's armor and slid down the silver trim. Something screamed behind the wall. Third scale kept firing. When the mine charges detonated, they did so inside the ruin of the barricade, their force absorbed by meat, bone, and already dead flesh. The blast rolled down the passage, hot and foul, spattering the militia survivors with pieces of the men who had once died trying to take the same ground. Corridon walked through the red fog before it cleared. Behind the barricade, the cultists were still recovering. They had expected fear. They had expected delay. They had expected mortals. They received Astartes. Brother Malchior's Chainsword screamed awake and took the first cultist across the waist, chewing through leather, meat, spine, and the rusted blade strapped to the man's chest. Brother Hest fired his plasma incinerator into a heavy mutant, dragging a rotary cutter. The blue shot vaporized the thing's torso and left its legs running 3 more steps before falling into the coolant stream. Brother Caliph used his power fist to tear a corrupted servitor from its tracked chassis, spine cables ripping free in a spray of sparks and black fluid. Corridon advanced down the center. A cultist leapt at him with a bone saw spinning in both hands. Corridon shot him once through the sternum. The man burst open, ribs blooming outward, organs blown across the tunnel wall. Another came low, crawling fast on 4 grafted limbs, mouth stretched wide around a drill bit tongue. Corridon stamped down. The skull collapsed beneath his boot, with a wet crack. The militia officer stared from behind them. "Holy throne," he whispered. Corridon glanced back. No, merely applied violence. They pushed deeper. The tunnels tightened. Walls sweated condensation and blood. The vox became unreliable, filling with fragments of dead hymns, machine code, and voices that repeated the names of men who were not present. At first, Telissus ignored it. Static was a battlefield companion. The underhive was rotten with damaged transmitters and corrupted noospheric ghosts. Then he heard Arian. Telissus. He stopped for half a heartbeat. The corridor ahead seemed to elongate. The lumen strips stretched into lines. For a moment, the walls were not the rusted underhive of Varrock Secundus, but the impossible passageways of the accursed eternity, where doors opened into memories and dead brothers spoke from behind sealed helms. Telissus, you left me in the dark. His gauntlet tightened around his bolter. He did not report it. Sol Connor would remove him from the line. If the chief apothecary judged him contaminated, he would be restrained, opened, sampled, questioned through pain, and perhaps ended. The logic was correct. That did not make it acceptable. Telissus had survived the old Hulk. He had watched corridors fold around Orestes. He had heard Arian scream in a voice that was not his own. He had earned the right to kill the thing that wore those memories. Corridon's helm turned slightly. Telissus. The veteran moved again. Vox interference, no threat. Corridon watched him for one more heartbeat, then resumed the advance. The tunnel opened into a forge temple. It had once been a maintenance shrine for the hive's lower manufacturum engines. Now it was a womb of blasphemy. Bronze cogwheels hung from chains. Furnace stacks glowed with warped blue flame. Servo arms reached from the walls like the limbs of crucified giants. The floor was slick with machine oil and blood. At the far end, beneath a cracked statue of the Omnissiah, heretics labored in robes of brass wire and flayed skin. Their sigil glowed upon banners made from human hide, a coiled serpent biting a dragon's throat. The brazen coil. They had taken the forge temple machinery and turned it toward profanity. Demon engines rested in iron cradles, half-built, half-born. Some were shaped like serpents with drilling heads and ribbed mechanical bodies, their scales made from overlapping armor plates and skull fragments. Others resembled dragons, low and predatory, furnace-chested, with hooked limbs, exhaust maws, and tails ending in chain blades. Bound things moved inside them, pressing faces against metal, gnawing at their own cages. A heretic priest looked up from a control altar. His face had been replaced by a brass grill. Blue light burned behind it. "Angels of the false scale," he rasped. "Witness your reflection." Corridon lifted his bolt rifle. "I have seen uglier mirrors." The forge temple became a slaughterhouse. The brazen coil unleashed its servants. Cultists surged from side gantries with bone saws, welding lances, chain hooks, and scrap shields made from devotional plaques. Mutants burst from maintenance pits, their bodies swollen by crude augmetics and warp-fed muscle. Servitor things rolled forward, their torsos human, their lower halves replaced by grinder assemblies and cutting arms. Above them all, a serpent demon engine uncoiled from its cradle and struck into the nearest militia squad, crushing men into armor paste beneath its segmented belly. Third scale fired in overlapping fields. Bolter rounds punched through bodies and detonated in the crowds behind them. Mutants burst open, their insides blown across machinery. Plasma fire turned Heretex into silhouettes of ash. Chain blades met bone saws in shrieking collisions, sparks and teeth flying. Brother Malchior drove his chainsword through a cultist's shoulder and dragged the blade down until the man split open from neck to groin. Caliph's power fist tore a servo arm from its wall socket, then used it to crush 3 attackers against a furnace housing. The militia died in heaps. Men screamed beneath the demon engine's treads. One squad was caught at the forge gate when the dragon-shaped engine came alive. It lunged forward on piston limbs, jaws opening to release a blast of furnace heat. The first rank of militiamen cooked inside their armor, skin blistering, eyes boiling, mouths open but unable to draw air. The engine stepped through them, crushing rib cages and skulls, leaving blackened body fragments fused to the deck. "Caliph," Corridon said. "Melter. Target marked." The melter gun beam struck the dragon engine's forelimb. Metal sagged. Bound flesh screamed from inside. The thing turned, tail chain blade whipping across the floor. It caught Brother Deimos at the hip, teeth biting into ceramite, dragging sparks and blood as it tore through armor seals. Deimos staggered, but did not fall. He braced, rammed his bolter into the open wound of the engine's maw, and emptied half a magazine into its throat. The demon engine vomited fire and meat. Corridon vaulted a pile of corpses and drove his combat blade into a heretic's throat, pinning him to the altar. The heretic's brass mouth clicked, still trying to chant. Corridon shot him through the grill. Your liturgy lacked conviction. A blast door at the far side of the forge temple detonated inward. Ninth scale emerged through smoke and falling iron. Evander strode at their head, armor scorched, helm lenses bright. Behind him, his brothers advanced through the opposite tunnel network, weapons hot, their boots leaving prints in ash and blood. The remains of enemy bodies clung to their greaves. They had not fought their way here so much as erased everything between their landing point and the forge. Corridon glanced across the chamber. You are late. Evander fired 2 rounds into a crawling mutant before answering. I sealed 3 hive districts behind me. An ambitious commute. They were compromised. They were also our southern route to the command node. They were infection arteries. Corridon pointed toward the far gantry, where the Heretic command altar still pulsed with data. That node controls the lower transit locks. We need the route intact. Evander turned his helm toward the same target. We do not need transit locks if we collapse the quarter and bury the infection under its own weight. Corridon's voice sharpened, and bury what it knows with it. What it knows is corruption. What it knows may explain why the Hulk is moving toward Draconith. Evander reloaded with ritual precision. Curiosity has a long record of treason. Corridon stepped closer, bolt rifle Lowered, but not relaxed. So does certainty. For one dangerous moment, the 2 sergeants faced each other amid the roar of the Forge Temple. Around them, brothers killed, cultists died, machines screamed. The debate between them was not personal. That made it worse. Personal hatred could be dismissed. This was doctrine grinding against doctrine. Then Sol Connor's voice entered the channel. Both of you will preserve the command node. Evander did not turn. Chief Apothecary, this is not your command. It is when the node contains stolen gene data. Corridon looked toward the altar. Clarify. I have entered the corpse processing archives beneath your position. The brazen coil harvested star dragon blood from relic fragments, preserved tissue, and corpse remains connected to the first accursed eternity incident. They possess samples from Arian's armor seals, Orestes' recovered warplate, and at least 3 unidentified brothers whose remains were thought destroyed. Silence cut through the vox, harder than any order. Saul Connor continued, and something coldly murderous lived beneath his restraint. The demon ship is not merely returning, it is baiting us through our dead. Corydon looked at Evander. There, a reason not to bury the answer. Evander's helm remained fixed on the command altar. Then we take the answer and bury the hive after. That is the most agreeable thing you have said today. Together, 3rd and 9th scale advanced. The brazen coil broke beneath them. The remaining demon engines were caught in disciplined crossfire, melter beams reducing their joints to sagging slag, while plasma incinerators burned out the things bound inside. Heretics tried to flee through maintenance shafts and found Evander's brothers waiting. Cultists threw themselves beneath Astartes' boots, screaming the names of dead star dragons as though those names were charms. They died with the names still in their teeth. At the rear of the Forge Temple, Chaplain Iakodos found the priest. The heretic was old beneath his brass augmetics, though little flesh remained to prove it. His body hung from a walking frame of cable and bone, and his skull had been split open to house a small cogitator shrine. 9th scale had taken him alive, because Iakodos had ordered it. The chaplain stood before him with Crozius in hand. "Speak," Iakodos said. The heretic's brass grill clicked. Blood bubbled from vents around his neck. "You bear the wrong myth, Skull Priest." Iakodos said nothing. "You are not sons of iron," the heretic rasped. "Not as you think, not as they told you. You are sparks from a furnace god sleeping under Draconith, a dragon beneath the stone, a hunger in a sarcophagus. The dead ship knows. The dead ship remembers what your Reclusiam buried." Iakodos moved so quickly, the mortal eye would have missed the beginning of the blow. His Crozius smashed into the heretic's jaw assembly and tore it from his face in a burst of brass, teeth, and blood. The priest thrashed in his frame, gurgling through the ruin, tongue twitching against exposed cables. Corydon watched from the altar. "I had thought you wanted him to speak." "I wanted the lie exposed," Iakodos said. The chaplain reached out, seized the heretic's skull in one gauntlet, and twisted. The neck broke with a thick crack. The body sagged, but Iakodos did not crush the head. He drew a blade instead and cut it free with careful brutality, preserving the cranial cogitator and what remained of the mouth. "Preserve the skull," he ordered. "The Reclusium will interrogate what blasphemy survives inside it." Corydon looked down at the command node as tech marines began their extraction rites. Data flowed into sanctified drives. Corrupted Binharik screamed from the altar and was answered by harsher machine prayers. The Forge Temple burned around them. The militia survivors huddled near the entrance, staring at the angels who had saved them and condemned their city in the same breath. Then the planet shook. Not from bombardment, not from hive collapse. Something vast entered real space above Varrock Secundus. The Vox went dead for 1 second. Then every channel opened at once. From the upper hives, from the corpse stacks, from the refugee zones, from the penal pits, from the manufactorum floors, from the mouths of dying cultists and infected servitors and men who had never heard the names they now spoke, a chant rolled across the world. Arian, Orestes, Daemon, Helicon, Morthax, Pelion. On the Ladon's Strategium display, Captain Tanek watched the shadow fall over the planet. The accursed eternity had translated into orbit. Its silhouette swallowed the stars above Varrock Secundus, a continent of fused wreckage and blasphemous architecture, its hull opening like a wound that had learned hunger. Every corrupted throat in every hive began chanting the dead of the star dragons. And beneath the world, in the meat furnace dark, Corydon heard Arian whisper his name again. The accursed eternity blotted out the stars above Varrox Secundus. It did not translate into orbit as a vessel should. It arrived like a disease finding flesh. Space folded around it, puckering and tearing, and the hulk slid through reality with obscene patience, larger than continents, older than sane memory, a corpse made from the carcasses of murdered ships. Imperial frigates formed one flank of it, their prows fused mouth to mouth with Mechanicus arc spines. Xenos hulls protruded from its mass in cruel angles, their alien metals still shimmering beneath centuries of grime. Cathedral towers rose from armor plates. Macro cannon decks had become ribs. Engine blocks beat like hearts beneath membranes of warp-grown flesh. Bridges opened and closed like eyelids, watching the world below. It was architecture pretending to be an animal, or an animal pretending to be architecture. The distinction no longer mattered. Varrox Secundus turned beneath it, half veiled by ash and half lit by the fires of rebellion. The northern hives glowed like wounds beneath the cloud cover. Orbital defense plates fired upward in disciplined volleys, their lance beams stabbing the hulk's underside. The beams carved long, glowing trenches through infected plating and exposed caverns within, but the wounds shifted as they burned. Towers leaned inward. Hull sections slid over one another with tectonic hunger. A Mechanicus cruiser's shattered prow rose from the hulk's skin and swallowed the damage, closing over the lance scars with a grinding sound that carried through the Vox as laughter. The Ladon opened fire. Her port batteries thundered in a full rolling broadside. Macro shells hurled across the void like meteors cast by wrathful gods. Each shell had been blessed, oiled, inscribed, and loaded by thousands of sweating hands. They struck the accursed eternity in chains of white detonation, bursting across its surface and ripping away spires, hull chunks, armor slabs, and knots of twitching flesh. Lance beams followed, clean and blue, cutting deep glowing wounds across the Daemon Hulk's flank. Torpedoes streaked after them, their warheads shining with sanctified runes. The first torpedo struck a void warp membrane that bulged from the Hulk like a translucent blister. The membrane swallowed the torpedo whole. For a heartbeat, the weapon's engine flare remained visible inside it, dimmed behind wet skin. Then the blister clenched. The torpedo detonated within, and the membrane burst outward, spraying warp light and molten metal into space. Shapes moved in the light. Hands, faces, serpents made of smoke. The wound closed before the next salvo arrived. The Bloodsword's flagship Blade of Contrition joined the bombardment from high port, her crimson hull venting vapor from old damage, her gun decks bright with disciplined hatred. Escort frigates swept in formation around her, firing lances, plasma torpedoes, and macro cannon broadsides at the Hulk's exposed joints. Shells struck like divine judgment. Fire spread. Sections of the accursed eternity broke loose and fell toward Varrox, each fragment trailing flame and screaming vox static as it entered the atmosphere. The Hulk did not die. It reacted. A cathedral mounted upon its dorsal mass turned slowly. Its bell towers split open, revealing weapons grown from bone, brass, and naval cannon assemblies. They fired without recoil. Black beams crossed the void and struck the escort frigate St. Erimar amidships. The frigate's shields flared once, then collapsed inward. Its hull crumpled as though seized by an invisible fist. Men, machine parts, and chapel bells erupted from its ruptured sides. The ship broke in two, both halves still firing for several seconds before internal magazines turned them into expanding fire. In the Ladon Strategium, the hololith drowned in red threat runes. "Enemy structure rearranging under fire," reported the senior shipmaster. His voice was hoarse from neural bleed, but steady. "Void shield integrity at 47% and cycling. Port batteries reloading. Dorsal lances cooling. Torpedo shrines report ammunition expenditure within acceptable wrath parameters." A tech marine in the lower gallery burst into Binharic cant, his servo arms flexing as if in prayer and seizure at once. Around him, lesser tech adepts repeated the rite in clicking machine code. One servitor at the starboard fire control plinth overloaded, its skull split from temple to jaw, boiling brain matter running down the brass console, while its hands remained locked to the controls. Captain Tanek stood before the hololith, armored and helmed, unmoving beneath the shuddering light. The accursed eternity filled the display as a mass of wounds that refused to remain wounded. "Maintain distance," he said. "Do not pursue fragments. Do not answer feints. Strike at engine knots, weapon growths, and exposed translation cysts." The shipmaster relayed the command. A new rune appeared at the edge of the hololith. Black, gold, inquisitorial. "Translation flare," said the Auspex officer. "New arrival, cruiser displacement, Ordo Malleus identification. Vessel names itself hexagrammatic resolve." The temperature in the strategium seemed to drop. The Inquisition cruiser emerged beyond the Bloodsword's cordon, black-hulled and severe, its prow marked with the rosette and warding sigils that flickered beneath the hulk's shadow. It broadcast on all command channels with the imperious certainty of men accustomed to obedience. "Imperial vessels, hold fire. Repeat, hold fire by authority of the Holy Ordos. The target is subject to sealed containment protocols. Cease bombardment until Inquisitorial command assumes tactical jurisdiction." The Bloodsword's flagship hesitated for half a breath. The Ladon did not. Her guns fired again. Macro shells struck the accursed Eternity's lower spine, blasting open an exposed line of fused engine cores. Plasma vented from the wound in livid streams. The Inquisition cruiser's transmission sharpened. "Strike cruiser Ladon. You are ordered to hold fire. Acknowledge compliance." Tanek looked toward the communication pit. "Open reply." The Vox officer did so with trembling hands. Tanek's voice crossed the void, cold and formal. "We have obeyed your secrets before. They killed our brothers." There was silence from the hexagrammatic resolve. Then another voice answered, controlled but strained. "Captain Tanek of the Star Dragons, this is Interrogator Militant Halbrecht Vaughn, speaking under seal of the Ordo Malleus. I request immediate transfer aboard your vessel. I carry material relevant to the entity within the accursed eternity. Request denied until authenticated. Authentication will take time you do not possess. Then arrive quickly and speak truth." A gunship launched from the Inquisition cruiser under escort of black-armored armsman craft. Tanek allowed it through the Ladon's defensive envelope only after 3 separate auger rites, a weapon lock warning, and a Bloodsword's confirmation. Even then, Evander positioned 9th scale at the receiving hangar, with bolters loaded and flamers primed. Halbrecht Vaughn stepped onto the Ladon beneath the muzzles of Astartes' weapons. He was a severe man in black carapace and ash-grey cloak, his scalp shaven, his face hard but lined by exhaustion. One eye was augmetic, the other moved too often, taking in the size of the angels around him, the blood on the deck, the purity seals burning in the hangar sensors. He carried a power sword at his hip and an inquisitorial cipher case chained to his wrist. He was disciplined enough not to tremble. He was not disciplined enough to hide that he understood how little his authority meant aboard this ship. Evander looked down at him. "Your escort remains here." Vaughn glanced at the black-armored armsmen behind him. "They are sworn to my person. They may remain sworn at a distance." The interrogator militant measured the Space Marine, then made the only wise decision left to him. "Very well." When Vaughn entered the strategium, the Hulk's image burned above him. Tanek did not greet him. "Speak." Vaughn placed the cipher case upon the command table. Its locks opened after blood, code, and whispered oaths. Inside were Shadrach Remigius sealed his original files before the assault, Vaughn said. Those files were later locked behind Ordo Malleus interdiction, not because he failed, because what he recorded before failure was judged impossible, destabilizing, and doctrinally hazardous. Corridon stood at the edge of the chamber, armor still marked by underhive gore. An Inquisitor hid the truth because it was inconvenient. This is a revelation worthy of song. Vaughn ignored him, though the effort cost him. Remigius believed the thing within the Hulk was not a conventional demon servant, not bound cleanly to one god, not an unaligned warp predator in any stable sense. It appears to feed on martial identity, oath structures, inherited memory, and symbolic lineage. It studies what warriors believe they are, then it speaks through that belief. Sol Connor's voice was quiet. It has mimicked our Electu rites. Yes. It has harvested our dead. Yes. It called with Arian's voice. Vaughn's jaw tightened. Then Remigius was more wrong than even his enemies believed. Chaplain Iacados stepped closer, skull helm inclining. You will name the entity. I cannot. Will not. Cannot, Vaughn said, and for the first time fear showed openly beneath his discipline. Names strengthened contact. Remigius attempted taxonomy. Every name he assigned became a door. The strategium shook as the accursed eternity answered another bombardment with a broadside of its own. The Ladon's void shields flared. A damaged rune marked 3 gun decks venting atmosphere before emergency shutters slammed down. Hundreds died in silence. Thousands kept loading the guns. The clutch formed around the hololith. Captain Corvash appeared by projection from the Blade of Contrition, armor lit by battle alarms. We must board, he said. The Hulk will not be broken from without before Varrox falls completely. Evander's helm turned toward the image. It wants boarding parties. The invitation is obvious. Corridon checked the ammunition counter on his weapon. It is both necessary and bait. The galaxy has a talent for offering only poisoned choices. Vaughn looked from one giant to another. If the entity reaches your homeworld, it may use your chapter's own rights as conduits. Remigius suspected a link to Draconith. He lacked proof. Tanek did not move. Knowledge before annihilation, he said. Evander's reply came immediate. Annihilation prevents corruption. Annihilation without knowledge ensures recurrence. Boarding risks contamination of irreplaceable gene seed. Sol Connor looked toward him. Therefore, every boarding brother will be fitted with internal kill runes and dead man teleport beacons. If corruption reaches unrecoverable thresholds, the body returns to us as corpse or ash. Corridon's metal jaw clicked. A comforting innovation. It is not intended to comfort you. I noticed. Iacados struck his Crozius once against the deck. Every brother who enters that Hulk enters as weapon and sacrifice. Fear is irrelevant. Pity is irrelevant. Survival is desirable only if it serves victory. The dead will be recorded. The compromised will be ended. The pure will continue the work. Tanek looked across the clutch. Assault force is set. I will lead. No one challenged him. 3rd scale under Corridon. 9th scale under Evander. Tylissus attached to 3rd scale. Techmarine support for data extraction and door sanctification. Sol Connor will deploy gene seed retrieval servitors and sample units. Iacodos will oversee purity discipline. Corvash's image flared. The blood swords will contribute a squad. Name its leader. Sergeant Malovar. He has faced the eye and not bent. Accepted. Vaughn looked up sharply. You are taking inquisitorial observers. Tanek regarded him. No. You require my data. You will provide it before we depart. I go with you. Denied. Vaughn's fear became anger, and that made him stand straighter. Remigius died because he kept secrets behind warriors' backs. If I remain here, you will suspect every word I gave you. If I go with you, you may kill me when I lie. Therefore I go. For a long moment, Tanek said nothing. Then he turned to Sol. Connor. Fit him with a beacon. Vaughn paled. And a kill rune? Corridon asked. Sol Connor looked at the interrogator militant with the same clinical interest he gave corrupted tissue. He lacks the necessary implants. I will improvise. The assault began within the hour. The teleportarium chamber became a furnace of incense, ozone, weapon oil, and restrained violence. Star dragons stood in ranks, helms sealed, weapons mag-locked or held ready. Their electu scars glowed beneath armor seams and along exposed scalp lines, each light a caged star beneath skin. Blood swords stood with them, red armor among blue and silver, fists resting upon chains, wards, and bolters. Tech marines chanted to teleport arrays. Servitors waited with blank patience. Sol Connor's gene seed retrieval engines hovered on suspensor plates, each one fitted with saw arms, stasis caskets, and purity injectors. Tylissus stood with third scale. The Vox hissed in his helm. Tylissus. He did not turn. Arian's voice breathed through static that no one else seemed to hear. You left me in the dark. The clutch is incomplete. Tylissus clenched his bolter until warning runes flashed across his gauntlet display. Corridon looked at him. Your grip suggests either anticipation or mechanical failure. Neither, Tylissus said. Then save it for the enemy. The teleport flare took them. For an instant, Tylissus ceased to be flesh. His body became pain, light, memory, and the sensation of hooks dragging his soul through a needle eye. He tasted metal. He heard prayers spoken backward. He saw Draconith storms beneath his skin. Then reality returned badly. They appeared inside the accursed eternity. The corridor was wrong. It had been made from ship ribs and cathedral stone, from deck plating and bone-white arches, from cable bundles that pulsed like veins beneath translucent membranes. Gravity dragged sideways. Blood ran along the wall instead of the floor. A brass statue of an imperial saint hung upside down from the ceiling, weeping black oil from hollow eyes. The air stank of incense, rust, old corpses, and the hot copper smell of opened bodies. Vox channels filled with reversed prayer. Tanek's voice cut through it. All scales report. Third scale intact, Corridon said. Ninth scale intact, Evander said. Reclusium present, Iakodos said. Apothecarian present, Sol Connor said. Blood swords present, said Sergeant Malova, his voice a red blade in the dark. Vaughn retched inside his rebreather, then forced himself upright. Interrogator militant present. The corridor screamed. Men came from the walls. They wore imperial crew skins, some in naval uniforms, some in pilgrim robes, some in the black coats of Inquisition armsmen. Their flesh hung loose, as though worn over shapes too thin beneath it. Their hands ended in fingers that split into smaller hands. Their eyes were aquila pins, hammered into sockets. They charged without strategy, mouths open, voices chanting backward through blood. The Astartes fired. Bolters filled the corridor with thunder. The first wave vanished in detonations of meat and bone. Chests burst, heads opened, limbs spun into the sideways gravity and struck the ceiling in wet impacts. Blood drifted in globes, then began flowing toward the walls as though drawn by thirst. The bodies reassembled wrong. A shattered torso pulled itself into a crawling shape, using ribs as legs. Two severed heads fused mouth to mouth and sprouted fingers from their necks. A man blown apart by mass-reactive fire unfolded from the gore as something long and pale, wearing his face on its stomach. Fire, Evander said. Flamers washed the corridor. The things shrieked as promethium coated them, burned them, and forced their skins to slough away from whatever lived beneath. Plasma fire followed, turning reassembling bodies into white ash before they could decide what shape to wear next. Iakodos advanced through the flames. His Crozius rose and fell. Each blow broke bodies, but his helm turned not to the dead ahead, but to the corridor itself. Doors appeared where no doors had been. Passages narrowed behind squads. The walls flexed inward with slow appetite. "They are not killing us," he said. Corridon fired into a knot of crawling limbs. "They are making an admirable attempt." "No," Iakodos said. "They are delaying, dividing, measuring our pace." Tanek saw it an instant later. "Maintain formation. No pursuit beyond marked lines. Then Tilissus saw Arion. At the far end of a side corridor, beyond a veil of smoke and drifting blood, Brother Arion stood alive. His armor bore the damage recorded in the old assault. One pauldron cracked, helm split along the left lens, chestplate scored by claws that had gone deep enough to kill the man inside, blue and silver plate, star dragon markings, a brother dead by record, memory, and apothecarian decree. Arion raised one hand. Tilissus. The veteran broke formation for half a second, only half. He took one step. The Hulk accepted the gift. A bulkhead slammed down between third scale and the rear support line. It did not fall from above. It grew from the walls, teeth of metal and bone interlocking in a wet crash. 3 mortal serfs carrying purity ammunition and recording equipment were caught in the closure. One lost both legs and fell screaming, blood spraying from severed thighs. Another was crushed from shoulder to hip, ribs bursting outward, mouth ejecting blood and teeth. The third was trapped through the chest, still alive for 3 seconds, as the bulkhead tightened and squeezed his organs out through his back. Corydon turned on Tilissus. The veteran was already aiming down the corridor. Arion was gone. Evander's voice came over Vox, cold as void. Third scale is separated. Corydon looked at the sealed bulkhead, then at the blood running down its teeth. Briefly, Tanek's command channel opened, his voice hard enough to steady every soul still capable of obedience. All scales maintain discipline. Do not answer voices. Do not follow the dead. Mark every false passage. Kill only what blocks the objective. The Hulk seeks division. Deny it. The walls shuddered. A sound passed through them, not carried by Vox, not carried by air, but by bone, armor, and memory. It was the accursed eternity speaking through its own body. It spoke in the voices of dead crewmen, dead star dragons, dead blood swords, dead inquisitors, and something behind them all that smiled without a face. "You came back," the Hulk whispered. The corridor flexed. Blood ran upward. The sealed bulkhead breathed. "You came back with more blood for the clutch." Third scale had been severed from the rest of the assault force by a wall that breathed. The bulkhead behind them was not a true door. It had grown from the accursed eternity's meat and metal, ribbed with iron cartilage and locked with teeth made from shipbone. Blood leaked through its seams in slow, vertical streams, defying gravity, crawling upward before vanishing into the ceiling. The crushed remains of the 3 serfs still hung in the sealed join, their bodies flattened into the barrier as though the Hulk had pressed them into wax. One hand twitched for several seconds after the rest of the man had become pulp. Corydon shot the hand. "Waste no movement," he said. His brothers said nothing. They moved forward. The corridor ahead narrowed, then widened, then became something that could not have existed within the Hulk unless the Hulk had stolen it from memory. Training cages, not exact. That made it worse. The walls were iron latticework, scarred by bolt impacts, blade gouges, and old burns. Chains hung from ceiling hooks. Dueling circles were etched into the floor in white ash and dried blood. Weapon racks lined the walls, though the weapons upon them were not real blades or bolters, but bones shaped into the memory of them. The air smelled of sweat, oil, old pain, and Draconith stone. Corydon stopped at the edge of the nearest cage. His augmetic jaw clicked once. "That scar is wrong." Tilissus turned his helm toward him. "Which?" Corydon lifted his bolt rifle toward a gouge in the iron wall, a long diagonal cut ending in 3 smaller notches. Brother Caliph made that mark aboard the Ladon during a trial against Sergeant Maris. It should be on the 4th cage from the chapel side, not here, not upon a dead ship, not carved into meat pretending to be iron. The mark pulsed faintly. Beneath the iron color, the wall flexed like a throat swallowing. Brother Malchior spat a curse through his Vox grill. "It remembers us." "No," Corydon said. "It remembers badly." The cages began to move. Walls slid without sound. Chains lifted as if held by unseen hands. The dueling circles brightened, and in their ash lines, Corridon saw Draconith beneath a storm. He saw boys running across irradiated salt plains with blood on their feet and hunger in their bellies. He saw one fall, too slow to escape a Dracony crossing the ash haze like a mountain given teeth. The beast took the boy at the waist and shook him apart, red pieces scattering over white ground. No one went back for him. The surviving boys kept running. The world judged, and the world did not appeal its verdict. The vision blinked. Now there were surgical lamps. An aspirant knelt beneath them. His chest was open in scale patterns, each trench filled with light as electro filament burned into the flesh. He did not scream. His teeth were gone from biting through them. Apothecaries watched without praise. Sol Connor's younger face stood among them, unchanged except for fewer scars and less visible metal at the throat. Pain is not testimony. Endurance is testimony. The vision blinked again. Brothers stood upon the deck of the Ladon, with fresh scars glowing beneath their armor seals. Their fists crossed over their breastplates, swearing oaths before bronze dragon skulls. Blood swords stood beside them, red armor among blue, each warrior marked by older shame and newer honor. There had been no embrace, no mortal sentiment, only names exchanged, blood spilled into a common bowl, and the knowledge that war had made a bond stronger than record. Another blink, the accursed eternity, the first boarding, corridors bending away from sight, Orestes screaming as gravity turned him inside his armor, Arion firing at shadows that called him brother, Remigius chanting before a door that opened into his own death. Corridon had not been there for every moment, yet the Hulk showed him as though all star dragons carried the memory now. Perhaps they did. Perhaps brotherhood was nothing but the refusal to let the dead die alone inside the past. The cages shook. Shapes stepped from them. They wore star dragon armor. At first they looked like brothers recovered from impossible distance. Blue plate, silver trim, dragon markings, old squad identifiers, the battered helm of Daemon, the cracked pauldron of Helicon, the empty-eyed faceplate of Morthax. Their armor bore the damage that had killed them, but their movements were perfect. Too perfect. No limp, no hesitation, no decay. They carried bolters and blades made from black iron and pale bone, and their electu scars glowed through broken armor seals with light that had no warmth. Brother Malchior raised his weapon. Dead reflections. Not ghosts, Corridon said. The dead have better manners. The reflections opened fire. The first volley was tactically correct. That was the horror of it. They did not swarm like cultists. They did not roar like mutants. They fought like star dragons. Their bolter lines overlapped. Their false sergeant marked targets with a hand signal Corridon knew because he had used it himself in the Underhive. They cut the chamber into lanes of death and forced third scale toward a cage wall where a flanking blade unit could strike. Mass reactive rounds hammered across the chamber. Brother Caliph took a hit to the shoulder that snapped ceramite and spun him half around. Malchior answered with flame awash, forcing two reflections back, but they withdrew in disciplined formation. One hurled a grenade not at the squad, but at the ceiling chain cluster above them. It detonated. Chains fell like iron serpents, tangling Brother Hest's weapon arm. Clever corpse, Corridon said. He shot it through the left lens. The reflection's helm burst open, but there was no head inside, only a coil of red thread and black smoke. It collapsed, then tried to rise again as armor without body. Tylissus stepped forward and drove his combat blade into the thing's neck seal, wrenching until the false helm tore free. "Stay dead," he growled. The Vox answered in Arion's voice. "I tried." Tylissus froze. Corridon saw it this time. The hesitation lasted less than a breath, but he saw it. He also saw the next reflection aiming for Tylissus's exposed flank. Corridon fired twice. The first round took the false warrior in the knee. The second detonated under its gorget and blew black vapor from the armor's neck. "Your ghosts are becoming expensive," Corydon said. Tylissus did not answer. Elsewhere in the hulk, ninth scale advanced into a chamber of hanging civilians. Evander entered first, bolter raised, helm lenses cold and green in the dark. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls built from fused transport decks and shrine vaults. Thousands of men hung suspended by nerve cables driven through their spines, mouths, eyes and wrists. Some were Varoxian laborers, some wore militia uniforms, some were pilgrims stripped to bloodied skin. Their bodies had been arranged into enormous glowing scale patterns across the chamber, each man a living node, each nerve cable feeding blue-white light into the walls. They were alive, not enough to be saved, enough to suffer. The chamber breathed through them. "Throne," muttered one of the blood swords through the shared channel. Evander did not rebuke him. The word had been spoken as oath, not weakness. A prisoner turned his head toward the Astartes. His jaw had been wired open. His tongue had been pierced by copper hooks. Light pulsed in his throat. "Angel," he rasped. Evander studied the pattern. The nerve cables fed into 3 central conduits. The conduits vanished into the deck. The deck pulsed in time with distant artillery strikes from the void battle outside the hulk. "Burn them," Evander said. One of his brothers lifted a flamer. The prisoner spasmed, trying to speak before the fire came. "Coordinate," he coughed. "Deep root, Engineerium Old Path, red seals. Remigius walked there." Evander's helm focused on him. "Repeat." The dying man convulsed. Blood ran from his nose and ears. Beneath the saint with no face, down through the inverted nave, the door opens when the dead lie. Evander recorded the words. Then he nodded to the flamer. Promethium filled the chamber. The suspended men burned in waves. Skin blistered, split, and peeled back. Fat ignited. Nerve cables snapped and whipped through the air, spraying sparks and blood. Thousands shrieked as one body, one choir, one offering denied to the thing that had strung them into holy shapes. Evander watched until the scale pattern went dark. "Coordinate transmitted," he said. His voice carried no apology. In another section of the hulk, Sol Connor found the false apothecarion. It had been built as mockery and invitation. White tiles covered the floor, but the white came from polished bone.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Surgical lamps hung from rib arches, their lenses made from human eyes stretched over glass. Gene vaults stood along the walls, each one grown from flesh and brass, each one labeled with a star dragon name in script cut from skin. Vat-grown organs pulsed in fluids that looked too much like amniotic blood. Hearts beat without bodies. Lungs breathed in jars. Osmodular nodules grew like tumors around fragments of armor. Biscopea tissue flexed in response to proximity, as though yearning toward the apothecary who entered. Butchered aspirants hung from the ceiling. They were not star dragons. Not yet. Varoxian boys, hive youths, underhive killers, penal sons, each crudely implanted with false organs grown from stolen gene material. Some still lived. Their bodies had rejected the abominations inside them. Bones had warped through skin. Muscle masses had torn limbs from sockets. Extra hearts beat outside rib cages, connected by wet tubes. Their chests had been carved in crude scale patterns, glowing with the hulk's imitation of Electu light. Sol Connor stood motionless. His gene seed retrieval servitors hovered behind him, their sore arms extended. One servitor began to twitch. Its biological auspex stuttered, reading the false organs as viable, then contaminated, then viable again. The contradiction passed through its simple mind and broke something in its cortex. "Sample purity uncertain," it droned. "Harvest recommended, harvest forbidden, harvest recommended." Sol Connor turned. "Unreliable." His bolt pistol rose. He shot the servitor through the cranial casing. Brain tissue, cogitator fluid, and bone fragments sprayed across the bone tiles. A second servitor began the same diagnostic loop. Connor shot that one as well. The third remained silent. It received a momentary glance and survived. One butchered aspirant opened his eyes. "My lord," the boy whispered. "Am I made?" Saul Connor approached him. He extended the Narthesian blade. For a moment, the boy seemed to hope. "No," the apothecary said. "You are insult." The blade entered the boy's throat. With surgical mercy, Connor withdrew it only after the heart outside the ribcage stopped beating. His fury did not show as trembling. It did not show as a raised voice. It became colder than vacuum, more exact than mathematics, more apocalyptic because it had no wasted motion. He tagged every false organ for incineration, every gene trace for analysis, every corrupted label for the chapter's vengeance rolls. When a vat tried to speak with Orestes' voice, he sealed it and flooded it with acid. "You do not preserve us," he said to the chamber. "You counterfeit failure." In the inverted nave beyond the old enginarium route, Chaplain Iakodos met his reflection. The demon priest wore a skull helm shaped like his own, though its teeth were too long and its eye sockets burned with furnace green. A cloak of draconi hide hung from its shoulders, but the hide still moved, scales rippling as if the beast had never died. It carried a staff of bone and chain, topped by a dragon skull with a human jaw wired inside it. It chanted the litany of fire in reverse. Fury without chain, fire without aim, mercy as rot, brotherhood as meat. Iakodos entered the nave alone, Crozius in both hands. "You profane words you do not understand." The demon priest tilted its skull helm. "I understand hunger. Is that not the oldest prayer?" Iakodos struck first. Crozius met Bonestaff with a crack that shook blood from the walls. The impact burst sparks and black flame. The demon priest slid backward, then lunged with impossible speed, staff hooking toward the chaplain's helm. Iakodos turned the blow aside and answered with a shoulder charge that drove the thing into a pillar of fused kneeling corpses. Bodies burst under the impact, ribs snapping, heads popping open, old blood spraying across blue armor. The duel was not anger, it was theology. "Fire is judgment," Iakodos said, striking again. "Fire is appetite," the demon priest answered, catching the blow and twisting. "Fury is service. Fury is release. Pain is instruction. Pain is worship." The demon priest drove its staff into Iakodos' breastplate, cracking the Aquila charm chained there. Iakodos caught the shaft beneath one arm, stepped inside the creature's guard, and head-butted it with his skull helm. Bone split. The false skull face cracked open, revealing a wet darkness full of whispering mouths. Iakodos recited the names of dead star dragons as he battered the thing backward. Arion, Orestes, Daemon, Helicon, Morthax, Pelion. Each name fell with a blow. Each blow broke more of the demon's borrowed shape. Back in the training cages, Third Scale had pushed the dead reflections into the central circle. Broken false armor lay in piles. Some still twitched. Some tried to crawl back together. Corridon ordered them burned. Then Arion stepped from the final cage. Not a reflection in hollow armor. This one had flesh. His helm was gone. His face was pale, scarred, and recognizable from chapter archive images. One eye had burst in the wound that killed him. The other stared at Tylissus with desperate awareness. His armor was split across the chest. Within the rent, something moved, but the voice that came from him was almost human. "Tylissus," Arion said, "brother, do not let them burn me again." Tylissus raised his bolter, but did not fire. The chamber seemed to hold its breath. Arion took one step. Blood ran from his cracked armor in streams that vanished before reaching the floor. "I am still here, not whole, not pure, but here." It kept something. It always keeps something. You heard me in the dark. You know my voice." Tylissus's weapon trembled by a fraction. If Brotherhood survived corruption, then the chapter's certainty was a lie. If some remnant of Arian endured inside the blasphemy, then every purge, every mercy shot, every incinerated corpse, every brother ended by chaplain or apothecary might not have been release, but abandonment. The thought was poison. It entered through honor, not fear. Corydon saw it entering. Arian turned toward him. "Corydon, tell him you remember me." "I remember Arian," Corydon said. The thing smiled. Then Corydon fired. The first round entered Arian's mouth and detonated out the back of his skull. The second hit the chest wound and burst whatever moved inside. The third took him in the abdomen, folding the body backward in a spray of black blood and pale organs. It collapsed at Tylissus's feet, one hand still reaching. Tylissus stared down at it. "You did not let him answer." Corydon lowered his weapon. "If he was our brother, he deserved release. If he was not, he deserved death." No one spoke after that. Far deeper in the hulk, Tanek reached the old Enginarium route. Halbrecht Vaughn walked behind him, rebreather hissing, boots slipping in old blood. Blood swords and star dragons moved in disciplined formation around them. The corridor ahead was covered in Inquisition purity seals, thousands of them. They had been layered upon walls, pipes, doors, cogitator banks, and the ribs of dead ships. Every seal bore the rosette. Every parchment strip was wet. Vaughn touched one with gloved fingers and recoiled. "Fresh blood." Tanek looked at him. "These seals are centuries old." "Yes," Vaughn whispered. "They should be dust." The old route opened beneath a statue of a saint with no face. Beyond it, steps descended into the inverted nave described by the dying prisoner. Red seals covered the archway. The ink moved as if alive. Tanek's voice was quiet. "Remigius walked here." Vaughn swallowed. "He did." "What did he seek?" The interrogator militant hesitated. Tanek turned fully toward him. "Truth, Vaughn, or I give you to Connor and ask him to extract it from organs less skilled at lying." Vaughn closed his eye for a moment. Remigius never intended only an exorcism. The official record was false. He believed the accursed eternity could be bound, directed, made into a weapon against the enemies of mankind. The Bloodsword Sergeant snarled. He sought to leash this? He believed the Emperor's work required monsters. Tanek stared down the sealed passage. Then he was more corrupt than the thing that killed him. It at least knew what it was. The walls answered. All across the hulk, in the training cages, the false apothecarian, the inverted nave, the burning civilian chamber, the old enginarium route, the accursed eternity spoke through iron, bone, blood, and memory. It did not use Arian's voice this time. It used the voice of Draconith's storms. "Beneath your cradle," it whispered, "beneath the iron mountains, beneath the scales you carve into suns, a vault, a sleeping furnace, a truth with teeth." The hulk shuddered around them, vast and delighted. "Open it for me, star dragons." The walls split into glowing scale patterns. "Open Draconith." Draconith's sky turned the color of a furnace seen through blood. It began at the horizon, where the black storm banks usually crawled over the obsidian ranges like the smoke of dead cities. Blue fire bled through them in slow veins, at first no brighter than distant lightning. Then the light thickened. It spread across the heavens, drowning the stars, burning through the clouds from within until the entire sky became a vaulted wound of incandescent cobalt. The storms did not cease. They screamed harder. Lightning crawled upward instead of down, dragging itself from mountain peaks into the heavens like chains pulled by unseen hands. Across the irradiated salt plains, the Draconi lifted their heads and howled. The Aerie of Scales answered with alarms. The name was not carved into every record. Not every archive agreed upon it. Some chapter rolls named the fortress by coordinates alone. Some called it the Northern Fastness. Some named it with old Draconith tribal words that had no clean, low Gothic translation. Among the warriors who had bled beneath its walls and been remade within its surgical vaults, it was the Eyrie of Scales, and that was enough. It had been driven into the spine of a black ironstone mountain range, not built upon it, but fused with it, as though fortress and planet had learned to hate separately and then chosen union. Macro cannons projected from cliff faces like the barrels of buried gods. Void shield pylons crowned the peaks in rings of adamantium and brass, their machine spirits murmuring beneath layers of wake rites and threat prayers. Draconi bone reliquaries lined the processional halls, the skulls of elder beasts plated in silver, their fangs inscribed with the names of aspirants who had survived the hunt. Below the fortress walls stretched the proving grounds, killing ravines, ash pits, storm cages, salt wastes, and rust-colored arenas where boys learned that fear could be strangled if one's hands were strong enough. That morning, the reliquaries began to speak. The first voice came from a skull mounted above the gate of iron talons. It should have been inert bone and silver. Its empty eye sockets filled with blue light, and from its dead jaws came the distorted rasp of a battle cant no living serf had taught it. Scales return, flesh opens, the clutch is incomplete. The serf priest tending the gate fell to his knees and began reciting the catechism of locked wards. The second reliquary spoke over him, then the third, then every skull in the passage. Soon the hall thundered with dead voices, overlapping, grinding, speaking through teeth that had not held tongues in centuries. In the reclusium vaults, banners stirred without wind. In the apothecarian, sealed gene vaults flashed warning runes as Electu circuits across sleeping brothers' bodies flared beneath their skin. In the neophyte barracks, boys woke screaming. Their scarification patterns burned blue-white, not with the controlled glow of sanctified circuitry, but with an inner force that made the wounds swell and split. Blood welled from the carved scales across their chests and throats. Some clutched at themselves until their fingers came away smoking. Some bit through their lips rather than cry out. The strongest rose from their slabs and reached for weapons, because that was what the chapter had made of them. Even unarmored, half-grown, and bleeding from sacred marks turned traitor, they looked for something to kill. The reserve companies mobilized before the third alarm cycle completed. Star dragons in dark blue and silver plate strode from arming chapels, oath seals still being stamped to their armor by running serfs. Tech marines moved among them in crimson robes, servo arms clattering, mechadendrites trailing incense smoke and data leads. Defense servitors woke inside wall alcoves, eyes igniting red, heavy weapons grinding into active position where flesh had long ago been replaced by duty. Neophytes too young for full battle plate were armed with shotguns, combat blades, and hatred. Chapter serfs sealed blast doors and dragged ammunition carts through corridors slick with spilled oil and blood. Ancient dreadnoughts were wakened in their sarcophagus vaults, each one rising from stasis beneath clouds of frost and machine prayer. Ancient Vorek was the first to speak. His sarcophagus lenses burned through vapor as his iron-clad body stepped from its cradle. The walls shook beneath the weight of him. His right arm ended in a seismic hammer. His left bore a storm bolter, whose barrels began rotating before his sarcophagus had fully locked into the chassis. "Who calls the dead to battle?" Vorek asked, voice like stones dragged through a tomb. Castellan Arcturos, commander of the home garrison, stood before him in full armor, helm beneath one arm, scalp scars burning beneath his skin. "The Hulk calls, Ancient One. The accursed eternity. Yes." The dreadnought sarcophagus growled as old memories stirred through amniotic fluid and nerve links. "Then open the gates. I will teach it that memory has teeth." Outside, the first Draconi struck the western wall. The beast came out of the ash storm at a run, vast as a battle tank, black-scaled and ridged with bone plates. Its eyes shone the same furnace blue as the sky. Foam and blood streamed from its jaws. It hurled itself against the fortress wall with enough force to crack stone and buckle exterior plating. Defense turrets pivoted. Heavy bolters opened fire. Rounds hammered into the beast's hide, punching craters through scale and muscle. It screamed, not in pain alone, but in a voice that carried static beneath the animal sound. More came behind it. The salt plain seethed with them. Draconi of every size charged from the storm, maddened by warp echoes, jaws wide, claws gouging trenches through irradiated earth. Some bled blue light from cracks between their scales. Some had human voices trapped inside their cries. Some had carved patterns glowing across their bodies in mockery of the chapter's scarification rites. The beasts that had tested generations of aspirants now threw themselves against the fortress where those aspirants had been remade. Upon the killing terraces, neophytes formed firing lines beside defense servitors. One boy, his chest wrapped in fresh cautery bandages, stared down at the charging creatures with wide eyes. He had hunted a young Draconi only months before. He had taken one of its teeth and worn it at his belt. He had believed the beasts were trials, teachers, embodiments of Draconith's judgment. Castellan Arcturos's voice cut through the terrace vox. They are no longer teachers. They are vectors. Kill them. The neophytes fired. Shotguns roared. Heavy stubbers rattled. Defense servitors unleashed streams of explosive bolts that tore into the attacking beasts. A Draconi scaled the wall with claws punching into the stone. A neophyte thrust a grenade into its open mouth and leapt backward as its head burst apart in a wet explosion of bone, teeth, and blue-burning brain matter. Another beast crashed onto the terrace, crushing 3 serfs under its chest. One man's body ruptured beneath the weight, intestines spilling through the split remains of his armor weave. The beast snapped a neophyte in half before ancient Vorek reached it. The dreadnought's seismic hammer descended. The Draconi's skull imploded. Bone plates shattered inward. One eye burst from its socket and skidded across the terrace, still glowing. Vorek stepped through the corpse and fired into the horde beyond the wall. "For Draconith," he growled, "for the dead beneath my skin." In the command bastion, Sol Connor's warning arrived from the accursed eternity. The transmission was damaged, chewed by static, and layered with reversed prayers. His image flickered above the Strategium altar, white armor smeared with black blood, servo skulls orbiting behind him in a corridor made of ribs and metal. His voice came through in fragments, each word hard as a scalpel. The mimicry is functional, not symbolic. Repeat. The Hulk's imitation of Electu circuitry may interact with our own scars as psychic conduits. Sacred marks are potential entry points. Non-essential circuits must be severed, cauterized, or burned inert. Delay increases possession probability. Arcturos listened once, then he gave the order. Across the area of scales, star dragons began to burn out the stars beneath their skin. They gathered in arming chapels, armories, barracks, corridor shrines, and surgical bays. No time remained for full apothecarian rites. Tech marines heated blades in furnace braziers. Apothecaries distributed chemical cauterants in iron vials. Serfs held trays of clamps, needles, and blessed cooling gel they knew most of the angels would refuse. The brothers removed gorgets, vambraces, chest seals, whatever plate could be opened without disabling battle function. Their scar patterns glowed brighter with every minute, blue light pulsing beneath skin like something trying to hatch. Arcturus was first in the command bastion. He took the heated blade himself. The iron was white with heat. He pressed it into the first glowing scale along his throat. Flesh sizzled. Smoke rose. The smell of burned meat filled the chamber. His jaw clenched hard enough to crack one tooth, but no sound left him. He dragged the blade through the Electu pattern, destroying the circuit one sacred line at a time. Blood boiled around the cautery. Blue light snapped and died beneath blackened skin. Others followed. A veteran burned the scales across his scalp until his skin split and peeled. A tech marine injected acid into the circuitry running under his left pectoral, then sealed the wound with a welding torch as Binharic prayer hissed from his vox grill. Neophytes held one another down, while apothecaries carved infected lights from their chests. One boy screamed until his throat tore, then tried to apologize. The apothecary struck him once and continued cutting. Pain was not failure, possession was. Aboard the accursed Eternity, Corydon received the order through a channel that barely survived the Hulk's interference. Third Scale stood amid a corridor of false training cages and dead reflections, their armor scorched, their ammunition counters falling, their trust in memory wounded, but not broken. Corydon listened as Arcturus confirmed the burning of the Electu rites. His augmetic jaw clicked. The chamber whispered in Arian's voice. It promised memory. It promised names. It promised that the chapter had always been a door waiting to open. Corydon looked at the wall, where the Hulk had carved Draconith's scale patterns into meat. "No," he said softly. Tylissus turned toward him. Corydon's voice hardened. It reached the aspirants. No one spoke. That was the true insult. Not the battlefield dead, not the stolen relics, not even Arian's voice. Those were wounds. This was invasion. The demon had touched the recruitment lines. It had reached into boys still being forged, into the next generation of the chapter, into the furnace before the blade had even been drawn. Corydon raised his bolter. "I will turn this thing into a funeral pyre with engines." The Hulk laughed through the walls. In the neophyte barracks of the Aerie, Evander's command reached the garrison. "Purge all aspirants exposed to uncontrolled flare," he said from within the accursed Eternity, his voice clear through a priority channel. "No exceptions. Delay is indulgence. Indulgence is contamination." Castellan Arcturus refused. "Exposure is not proof of corruption. It is sufficient probability. It is not proof. Proof will arrive wearing the face of a brother." Arcturus looked across the barracks below the command gallery. Dozens of aspirants knelt in lines, while apothecaries burned out their scars. Boys shook beneath knives. Some wept blood. Some whispered oaths. Some stared forward with hatred mature enough to be useful. "They are the chapter's future," Arcturus said. "They may be the Hulk's future," Evander replied. The argument ended when one aspirant laughed. He was kneeling near the third surgical line, chest open, Electu pattern half cauterized. His head lifted. His eyes were no longer his own. Blue light filled them from edge to edge. When he spoke, the voice that came from him was old, human, and dead. "Remigius was wrong," said the boy. The apothecary above him reached for a restraint clamp. Too slow. The aspirant lunged sideways and fastened his teeth into the throat of the boy beside him. He bit through skin, muscle, and artery, tearing with animal force. Blood sprayed across the surgical lamps. The victim thrashed, choking, hands beating against the possessed aspirant's shoulders. The possessed one shook his head, like a draconi worrying flesh from bone, then spat a lump of throat onto the floor. Defense servitors opened fire. The possessed aspirant came apart under heavy rounds, chest bursting, limbs snapping backward, skull exploding against the wall in a fan of brain matter and blue sparks. The wounded boy died before the apothecaries reached him, hands clawing at the hole where his voice had been. Castellan Arcturus closed his eyes for one breath. When they opened, no softness remained. "Begin the purge," he said. The barracks became a place of knives, bolters, and screaming. Not all died. The apothecaries tested as they killed. Boys whose wounds dimmed under cautery were chained and preserved. Boys whose scars reignited were shot. Boys who spoke with dead voices were burned. One neophyte broke his own jaw on the restraint bar to prevent any voice from using his mouth. He survived. Sol Connor, would later mark him promising. Chaplain Iacados spoke to the entire chapter as Draconith burned blue. His transmission crossed the void, the hulk, the Ladon, the Airy, the fortress walls, the proving grounds, the dreadnought vaults, the apothecarian, the burning barracks, and the killing terraces where Draconi corpses lay in heaps beneath the guns. His skull helm filled every screen. His Crozius was black with demon blood. "We are not saved by blood," he said. The star dragons listened. "We are not saved by lineage. We are not saved by iron. We are not saved by rites cut into flesh, nor by names etched into vault walls, nor by fathers confirmed or denied. Blood can rot, iron can rust, flesh can betray, memory can be worn by the enemy as a stolen skin." In the Airy, brothers pressed hot blades into their scars and did not cry out. In the hulk, Corridon advanced through meat and memory. In the barracks, apothecaries ended boys who had almost become angels. "We are judged by what we do when blood betrays us." Iacados lifted his Crozius. "If your scars burn, master them. If your flesh rebels, cut it. If your brother falls to the enemy, release him with fire. If your world becomes a gate, close it with every hand, blade, shell, and life granted to you by the Emperor. We endure not because we are pure. We endure because impurity dies when it enters us." The reply rose from the Airy of Scales, from warriors, neophytes, serfs, dreadnoughts, and dying boys alike. Fire and fury. Beneath Draconith, something heard. The ancient vault opened without command. It lay far below the fortress, beneath the gene vaults, beneath the old reliquary halls, beneath stone strata, older than the chapter's surviving records. Its seals had been forgotten by most, and denied by those who knew enough to fear them. Mechanicus wards blackened by age split apart. Iron locks turned by themselves. A door of scale-patterned adamantium shuddered, groaned, and withdrew into the mountain. Cold air breathed out. It smelled of dust, old lightning, and sealed war. Castellan Arcturos descended with ancient Vorek, 3 tech marines, and a squad of veterans whose burned-out scars still smoked beneath their armor seals. Their lumen beams crossed a chamber of black stone and silver bones. High Gothic script covered the walls, so old that even the autoscribes stuttered over its grammar. Draconic forms were carved around a central dais. Some looked like beasts of Draconith. Some looked like machines. Some looked like neither and both. At the center of the vault rested a sarcophagus. It was shaped like an iron dragon scale, vast and blackened by impossible age. Its surface bore no chapter badge, no aquila, no clear mark of founding, only heat-scorched script and a warning rune that every warrior understood without translation. Do not wake this unless death is insufficient. The sarcophagus opened 1 finger's width. Blue fire glowed within. A weapon waited there, hidden from the chapter's own memory, denied by records that had sworn it never existed. Above Draconith, the sky burned brighter, and somewhere in the void, the accursed eternity began to smile. Beneath Draconith, the mountain remembered what the chapter had chosen to forget. The vault lay deeper than the gene crypts, deeper than the sarcophagus halls of the honored dead, deeper than the furnace tunnels where the fortress monastery drank heat from the planet's iron heart. It had not been carved in the manner of the Airy of Scales. Its angles were older, harsher, wrong in subtle ways. The walls did not meet the ceiling as imperial hands preferred. The floor was a single plane of black stone, shot through with veins of metallic blue, and every vein pulsed faintly, as though the rock itself had a slow and failing heartbeat. Castellan Arcturos stood before the open sarcophagus, with his blade drawn and his scarred throat still smoking from the burned-out Electu circuits. Ancient Vorek loomed beside him, the dreadnought's sarcophagus lights bathing the chamber in amber wrath. 3 tech marines circled the central dais, with servo arms extended, chanting low machine cant as Auspec's spirits tasted the air. Behind them, veterans of the home garrison held the entry arch with bolters raised, their helms tracking shadows that were not moving and reflections that should not have existed. The chamber was covered in script. Some of it was High Gothic, but of a form so extinct that the auto-scribes stuttered and contradicted themselves. Some of it was Mechanicus Binharic, rendered not in data bursts, but in physical cuts across black stone. Some of it resembled Medusan iron prayers, or what the chapter's fragmentary archives claimed were Medusan iron prayers, though no Iron Father had ever stood beneath Draconith's mountains to confirm it. Around the script coiled images of dragons, beasts of scale and claw, serpents of flame, iron shapes with furnace hearts, and things that might have been weapons mistaken for monsters by later hands, or monsters mistaken for weapons. The oldest seals were Mechanicus. They had been broken long before the vault opened. Their brass faces hung in cracked halves from adamantium chains, each one bearing cog-toothed marks no forge priest in the area could identify. Some showed the skull and cog. Some showed the skull and cog defaced by claw patterns. Some showed nothing but melted metal, as though the sigils had tried to erase themselves. The tech marine called Barachiel extended a mechadendrite toward the sarcophagus. The tool stopped before touching it. Its tip glowed red, then white, then sagged into molten droplets that fell hissing upon the stone. Barachiel withdrew the ruined limb. "The machine spirit rejects contact," he said, his voice layered with Binharic pain. Ancient Vorek's sarcophagus growled. "Then it has poor manners." Arcturos did not look away from the relic. The sarcophagus had opened wider. Within lay not a body, but an engine core shaped like a dragon's heart. It was a plasma lance reactor in miniature, though no weapon of the chapter's armory matched its configuration. Blackened adamantium ribs enclosed a furnace sphere of translucent crystal, and within that crystal burned a coil of blue-white fire, turning slowly around a dead red center. Cables like braided veins led from the core to a harness of hooked interface spines, neural clamps, and scarification needles. Everything about it spoke of archaeotech. Everything about it spoke of prohibition. One of the tech marines found the name burned into a plate beneath the core. "Cinder worm engine," Barachiel said. The words passed through the chamber with the weight of an execution sentence. Arcturos stared at the engine. Function. Barachiel's servo arms shifted. The machine priest's helm lenses flickered through 100 diagnostic modes. Unstable archaeotech plasma lance core. Empiric resonance inversion. Localized immaterium collapse effect. Theoretically designed to burn warp entities by denying them coherence in real space and near-warp interface zones. Can it kill the Hulk? No. Arcturos turned then. Barachiel continued. It may wound what animates the Hulk. It may breach a heart node. It may destabilize a possession matrix. It may kill the bearer, the deployment host, surrounding forces, and everything within the collapse radius. Its operational doctrine is incomplete. Its containment prayers are damaged. Its interface requirements are obscene. Ancient Vorek gave a sound like stone laughter. A relic of sense, then. Every worthy weapon should be a danger to the fool who wakes it. Barachiel's mechadendrites moved across the script near the dais. Picked slates projected fragments of damaged translation into the chamber's cold air. Ferrous Manus appeared in one broken line, followed by uncertainty marks, deletion scars, and a warning seal. Medusan prayer fragments followed, invoking iron, rage, severed hands, and unnamed sons. Gene seed compatibility logs flickered in partial recovery, but each definitive datum had been cut away, scorched, or overwritten with null script. Arcturos read what he could. Possible Gorgon lineage. Compatibility significant. Certainty denied. Record excised by order unknown. No father confirmed. No origin conceded. He felt no disappointment. The star dragons had lived too long with ambiguity to mistake it for weakness. The vault did not grant them identity. It deepened the wound where identity should have been. Ancient Vorex stepped closer, his iron foot cracking the stone beneath him. "Does it name our father?" "No," Arcturus said. "Good." The dreadnought's weapons cycled once, a low mechanical purr like a predator breathing. Fathers die, enemies remain. A red-robed Mechanicus envoy entered the vault under guard. Magos errant Threx had arrived from the Forge Annex as soon as the vault opened, carried upon a suspenser throne of brass limbs and incense burners. His body was more shrine than man. A ribbed metal cowl hid what remained of his head. Optic clusters turned in clicking rings. His voice emerged through a vox grill that translated thought into cold demand. Relic designation Cinder Worm Engine is archaeotech of unknown provenance and probable Mechanicus custody claim. By treaty with the Adeptus Astartes and sanctified right of recovery, this device must be transferred to Forge custody for stabilization, study, and containment. Arcturus looked at him. The Magos continued, either brave or incapable of reading the danger. Chapter hands lack full comprehension. Mishandling risks catastrophic plasma breach, empiric feedback, machine spirit hostility, and doctrinal contamination. Custody is required. Compliance is expected. Arcturus opened a command channel through the Fortress Vox. Static answered first. Then the voice of Captain Tanek came from far away, thinned by the intervening void and the meat-metal throat of the accursed eternity. "Report." Arcturus gave it. The Cinder Worm Engine, the damaged records, the Medusan references, the Mechanicus demand. For several breaths, there was only static. Then Tanek spoke, and every warrior in the vault heard the captain's judgment. "The machine was buried beneath our dead. It will answer to our dead first." Magos Threx's optics contracted. "This is an unlawful withholding of sacred technology." Arcturus raised his bolt pistol and aimed between the envoy's optic clusters. "This is a battlefield. Forge Command will protest. Forge Command may survive long enough to do so if it remains useful." The Magos Suspenser throne hissed, its limbs folded inward by a fraction. "Custody claim deferred under protest." "Protest recorded," Arcturus said. "Stand aside." Within the accursed eternity, Tanek stood in the old Enginarium route, while the Hulk whispered through seals written in fresh blood. Halbrecht Vaughan looked as though he had aged years since boarding the Daemon ship. His ash-grey cloak was torn. His carapace armor was marked by blood that was not all his own. The kill implant Sol Connor had fitted beneath his sternum pulsed with a faint red warning light. He glanced at the Ordo knew, Vaughan said. No one spoke. Corydon, Tylissus, Evander, Sol Connor, Iakodos, the blood swords under Sergeant Malovar, and the surviving Tech Marine support had regrouped in the passage beyond the inverted nave. Their armor was scarred, their ammunition was reduced, their brothers were fewer. Around them, the hulk reshaped itself slowly, patiently, as if listening. Tanek turned toward Vaughan. "Explain." Vaughan swallowed. Remigius's files contained references to a sealed engine beneath Draconith. Not complete schematics, not a clear name. Enough to prove knowledge, enough to prove interest. His mission parameters were dual. Speak them. Prevent the accursed eternity from reaching the vault. And, Vaughan's mouth tightened, recover or secure the engine for Ordo Malleus use if containment failed. The passage seemed to darken. Corvash's blood-sword sergeant shifted his grip upon his weapon. Corydon's voice came softly. There it is, the inevitable rot beneath the seal. Vaughan faced him, pale but standing. I did not author the orders. No, you merely inherited the stench. Tanek stepped closer to the interrogator militant. His presence filled the corridor like a closing blast door. Remigius dragged our brothers into this ship while hiding that it wanted our homeworld and the weapon beneath it. Yes. Did he seek to deny the Hulk, or leash it? Vaughn hesitated. Tanek did not raise his voice. Truth. I do not know, Vaughn said. The files allow either conclusion. I believe he told himself the first while preparing for the second. Chaplain Iakados emitted a low growl through his skull helm. Thus does ambition wear duty as borrowed skin. Evander stepped into the circle of warrior light. Draconith is compromised. Corridon turned slowly. No. Listen before you indulge denial, Evander said. The Hulk has reached our scars, our aspirants, our relics, our dead, and now a vault beneath the fortress. If the world becomes a conduit, quarantine will not be sufficient. We must be willing to destroy it. The words entered the Voxnet like poison. Even the blood swords went silent. Corridon's augmetic hand tightened on his rifle. You propose killing our homeworld while the source of infection remains alive. I propose denying the enemy its objective. You propose granting it victory wrapped in efficiency. I propose loyalty greater than attachment. Corridon stepped forward. The passage groaned around them, delighted by the fracture. This is not attachment. Draconith is not a shrine we weep over. It is a forge. It made us hard enough to stand here. Burn it after the source dies if it must burn. But to crack it now, before we have driven a blade into the thing guiding this war, is not purity. It is panic with a cleaner name. Evander's bolter remained lowered. That made the confrontation more dangerous, not less. If Draconith births a demon world, your vengeance will have preserved damnation. If we destroy it too soon, your certainty will have murdered our future and spared the enemy the labor. Evander's helm lenses fixed on him. Sentiment. Corridon's voice sharpened into something almost violent. Purpose. Tanek let the word hang. Then he cut across both sergeants. Draconith lives until I order otherwise. Evander bowed his helm. By your command. Corridon did the same, though his metal jaw clicked twice before he spoke. By your command. Sul Connor had not joined the argument. He knelt beside a data node grown from bone and brass, his narthecium sunk into its pulsing surface. Servo skulls hovered around him, several damaged, one missing its lower jaw, another carrying a vial of glowing tissue harvested from the false apothecarian. The chief apothecary's voice entered the channel with surgical detachment. The cinder worm engine cannot be fired by remote right. Tanek turned. Clarify. Its core requires a living interface, Astartes nervous architecture, Star Dragon gene seed markers, active or partially active Elect-2 pathways. The bearer must connect through scarification nodes, memory engrams, pain response, and neural overload. The engine is not piloted by hand. It is piloted through flesh. Corridon looked at him. How long would the bearer survive? Uncertain. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one. Estimated survival during activation is poor. Post-activation survival is functionally irrelevant, meaning dead, meaning burned out, rendered comatose, dissolved by plasma feedback, possessed through resonance, or transformed into a psychic beacon bright enough for every predator in the warp to see. Vaughn muttered, "Throne preserve us." Sol Connor looked at him. The throne has other demands. Tylissus stepped forward. I will bear it. Every helm turned toward him. The veteran's armor still bore the marks of the false Aryan's blood. The Hulk's whispers had followed him through every passage. Even now, his Vox channel hissed with a voice that sometimes sounded like his dead brother, and sometimes like his own thoughts. Corridon spoke first. No. Tylissus did not look at him. I have already been touched by the echo. Sul Connor rose. That is precisely why you will not be permitted near the engine. I hear it more clearly than the others. Then you are compromised. Or useful. The apothecary's servo arms unfolded by increments. You are a contamination subject requiring restraint, vivisection, and analysis. Tylissus faced him. Later. Now. Tylissus removed his bolter magazine, checked it, locked it back into place with a hard click. If I am corrupted, kill me when I fail. If I am not, let me spend what remains of my purity against the thing wearing Arian's voice. Sol Connor stared at him. I do not gamble with gene seed. No, Tylissus said. You preserve it. Preserve mine after it has done something worth recording. The Hulk whispered around them. Arian's voice, Orestes' voice, the voices of aspirants screaming beneath the knife, the voices of Draconi howling beneath Draconith's blue sky. Tanek regarded Tylissus for a long moment. You volunteer because you fear contamination. Yes. You seek death. I seek proof. Of what? That the voice is not stronger than the brother who hears it. Silence followed. Before Tanek could answer, the entire accursed eternity convulsed. The corridor dropped sideways. Gravity failed, returned, and reversed. A blood sword was hurled into the ceiling hard enough to crack his backpack vents. A tech marine slammed against the wall, servo arms punching through meat metal for purchase. Vaughn fell and skidded through blood until Corridon caught him by the collar and threw him back toward the center of the formation. In the void above Varrock Secundus, the accursed eternity opened its maw. Its outer hull rearranged on a planetary scale. Cathedrals sank into armor. Engine carcasses rose from the underside. Translation cysts bloomed across its surface like infected stars. The Ladon and Blade of Contrition poured fire into it. Macro shells struck. Lance beams carved. Torpedoes detonated in sacrificial chains. The Hulk bled warp light, but it did not slow. Aboard the Ladon, the shipmaster's voice broke through the command net. Enemy translation surge. The Hulk is breaking the orbital battle line. It is not descending on Varrox. Repeat, it is not descending on Varrox. Tanek gripped the corridor wall as the Hulk's internal geometry screamed. Destination. The answer came drowned in static, fire, and the distant sound of millions dying. Draconith. Beyond the Hulk, Bloodsword's vessels moved to intercept. They were too few, too damaged, outmatched by a dead continent that had learned to hunger. Captain Corvash's voice came across the Allied channel, clear and unafraid. We hold as long as blood remains. The Blade of Contrition turned toward the accursed eternity's path, crimson hull burning beneath the demon Hulk's shadow. Tanek looked to his warriors. Then we make that time matter. The Hulk translated and carried them toward home. The void over Draconith became a layered apocalypse. The accursed eternity broke from translation above the world like a corpse dragged out of hell by chains of light. Warp fire peeled from its flanks in burning curtains. Its mass eclipsed the furnace-blue sky, a continent-sized blasphemy of fused ships, cathedral spines, Xenos carcasses, Mechanicus hulls, and swollen membranes of demonic flesh. Around it came the carrion it had gathered from Varrock Secundus, refugee hulks packed with infected millions, pilgrim barges stitched to dead escorts, manufactorum freighters trailing chains of corpses, and orbital wrecks still broadcasting loyal codes through mouths that were no longer human. Draconith answered. Orbital mines woke in concentric rings and detonated against the demon Hulk's vanguard, each explosion blooming like a new sun. Planetary defense platforms fired from high orbit, their lance batteries cutting incandescent scars across the accursed eternity's underside. Macro cannons mounted in the area of scales hurled shells through the atmosphere, the projectiles climbing on pillars of flame before striking void warp membranes and bursting in vast white detonations. Mechanicus gun skulls swarmed from defense stations in clouds of brass, bone, and hatred, their tiny plasma charges blinking as they threw themselves into exposed hull wounds and died screaming machine prayers. The Ladon fired until her gun decks shook apart. The blood swords fired beside her. The sky became debris. Broken escorts fell in burning pieces, each one trailing bodies, atmosphere, and reactor fire. infected refugee hulks came apart under lance strikes, spilling men into vacuum by the tens of thousands. Some still lived as they tumbled, their glowing scale wounds shining through frost forming over their skin. Possessed vessels rammed defense platforms and dragged them down into Draconith's atmosphere, where they burned into molten rain. Orbital crews died at their stations. Forge auxiliaries in void dock batteries were cooked inside their armor weave when plasma conduits ruptured. Servitor defense cohorts continued firing after their flesh ignited, skeletal hands fused to brass triggers. Mechanicus labor armies chanted in Binharik as they hauled fresh munitions across decks slick with blood, oil, and brain matter. Billions were caught in the war now, though most would never see the angels whose names they screamed. Draconith's serf populations sealed themselves beneath fortress blast doors and loaded ammunition into elevators that rose toward gun chapels. Militia levies died on the salt plains beneath showers of falling hull fragments. Neophytes fought Draconi, maddened by the hulk's nearness, while the sky above them cracked open with shipfire. In orbit, mortal crews labored by the million inside vessels that had become coffins with engines. From the dead of Varox came more infected ships, dragged behind the accursed eternity like offerings, each hold packed with corrupted bodies that beat their skulls against bulkheads and chanted the names of Star Dragon dead. The Star Dragons remained the spearhead. The war consumed worlds around them. Captain Korvash's voice cut across the Allied channel, ragged with interference but unbroken. Blood swords to all vessels. Possessed escorts breaking for the Ladon's flank. We intercept. The blade of contrition turned into the charge. She was already burning. Her port side had been torn open from prow to midship, exposing gun decks where red-armored warriors and mortal crews fought fires with the same discipline they used to load shells. Her void shields flickered like dying stars. Around her, the surviving Bloodswords escorts formed a wedge of crimson hulls between the Ladon and the oncoming swarm. Korvash did not order withdrawal. He ordered ramming speed. The first Bloodswords frigate struck a possessed escort head-on. Both ships vanished inside a blossom of plasma and ruptured reactors. The second clipped a corrupted pilgrim hulk along its spine, tearing open thousands of decks and scattering infected bodies into the void like ash. The third drove its prow through a vessel wearing an imperial aquila across a skin of human faces. The impact folded both ships around one another. Their engines detonated together, and the fire briefly illuminated the accursed Eternity's shadow from beneath. Korvash's flagship followed. "By blood and penance," he said. The blade of contrition rammed a warship grown from the fused carcasses of 3 escorts. Its prow vanished into the enemy's side. Boarding claws fired. Internal charges detonated. Bloodswords warriors poured through the breach, not to survive, but to keep the possessed vessel locked in place, while Draconith's defense lances found the kill line. Tanek heard the transmission from within the accursed eternity. He stood in a corridor made of ribs and starship armor, surrounded by star dragons, blood swords, tech marines, dead servitors, and the stink of the Hulk's living metal. He knew what Korvash had chosen. He did not bow his head. He did not speak a farewell. The star dragons did not weep for brothers, while war still demanded hands. They answered with escalation. "Ladon," Tanek said over the command channel. "Advance to claw range." The shipmaster's reply came through static and screaming metal. "My lord, proximity will place us inside the Hulk's primary Maw batteries. Advance. Void shields may not survive the approach. Then spend them." A pause. "By your command." In the void, the Ladon turned toward the accursed eternity and drove forward. Every officer on her bridge understood the order. Every gun serf loading the macro batteries understood it when the ship's gravity shifted and the engine shrines howled. The strike cruiser was being taken into suicidal proximity, close enough to anchor boarding claws, close enough to reinforce teleport locks, close enough that the Hulk could swallow her if the machine spirit misjudged a single burn. Captain Tanek's calm was more frightening than fury. He had already accepted the loss of the Ladon. He had accepted the death of every soul aboard her if the trade became necessary. He had accepted the burning of ships, brothers, serfs, and histories. He measured each sacrifice with perfect clarity and found none too precious if the accursed eternity could be wounded by its purchase. The Ladon plunged through a storm of debris. Her forward shields took the first impact from a falling defense platform fragment. The shield flare burst blue-white and died across one quadrant. Hull alarms screamed. Armor plates buckled. Hundreds died in a gun deck when the outer wall peeled open and vacuum took them, pulling men, servitors, shell casings, and severed limbs into the dark. The remaining crews sealed the breach and kept firing. Boarding claws launched. They crossed the gap on chains of adamantium, burning through the Hulk's defensive fire. Some shattered against shifting armor. Some vanished into mouths that opened across the demon ship's skin. 3 struck true, their talons punching into fused hulls and cathedral bone, locking the Ladon to the accursed eternity like a predator biting into a leviathan. Teleport locks followed. Inside the Hulk, Corridon and Evander led the renewed assault into the outer decks. Their rivalry did not vanish. It hardened into function. Corridon moved like a blade seeking weakness. He read changing corridors, marked pressure shifts, used enemy movement against itself, and drove third scale into gaps before the Hulk could close them. He exploited every flaw, every exposed conduit, every moment when the accursed eternity's mockery overreached. Evander became the sealed door behind him. Ninth scale burned contaminated junctions, executed twitching survivors, collapsed rear approaches, and denied every infected zone with melter charges, promethium saturation, and disciplined cruelty. Where Corridon opened the wound, Evander cauterized it. Terminators teleported into a demon engine womb ahead of the main advance, their arrivals storming the chamber with lightning and distortion. The womb was a vast iron sack lined with cannons, chains, and half-grown war machines suspended in amniotic blood. Terminator storm bolters roared. Assault cannons chewed through cables thick as tree trunks. Power fists crushed engine. Skulls before the things could finish birthing. One Terminator was seized by a mechanical umbilicus and dragged into a wall of teeth. His brothers fired into him and the wall together until both stopped moving. Aggressors advanced through a parallel corridor, their flame-storm gauntlets turning packed cult bodies into living torches. Promethium rolled over the deck in waves. Men burst apart as internal gases ignited. Warp-spawned things wearing naval skins tried to crawl through the flames and were met by power fists that broke them into burning sections. Behind them, intercessors formed disciplined bolter kill boxes at junctions, cutting down anything that moved with overlapping fire. Rivers marked targets in the dark with Auspex tags and signal spikes, their knives flashing as they slit corrupted crew things from groin to throat before vanishing into smoke. Hellblasters overcharged their plasma weapons until their armor plates glowed from reflected heat. "Fire at my mark," said Brother Hest. The enemy came as a crawling tide of fused armsmen, machine cultists, and serpentine demon engines. Hest waited until the range became obscene. Then the Hellblasters fired. Blue plasma erased the corridor. Torsos vaporized. Ceramite walls ran like wax. Mutant skulls burst in clouds of steam and bone ash. A demon engine shaped like a dragon's jaw took 3 blasts to the chest and collapsed inward, its furnace heart rupturing, spilling molten brass and screaming faces across the deck. Dreadnought Vorek entered through a bulkhead rather than a doorway. His seismic hammer struck once. The bulkhead folded. His second strike tore it from its hinges. His storm bolter opened into the chamber beyond, shredding a nest of cultists into red vapor. A chain-blade serpent wrapped around his leg. Vorek looked down, contempt carried through a sarcophagus speaker older than the men dying around him. Insufficient. He crushed its head beneath one iron foot and tore its body in half with his hammer claw. Apothecaries worked under fire. Sol Connor moved among the dead with reductor drill and bolt pistol, recovering progenoid glands from fallen brothers, while rounds struck sparks from his armor. A wounded star dragon lay pinned beneath a demon engine's broken limb, chestplate cracked open, lungs visible beneath torn black carapace. "Can you stand?" Connor asked. "No," the warrior rasped. "Can you serve?" "Yes." Connor extracted the gene seed while the brother was still alive. The warrior did not scream until the drill entered. Then his scream became a growl, then a cough of blood, then silence. Connor sealed the gene vial, shot the corpse through the helm when its Electu scars reignited, and moved on. Tylissus carried the cinder worm interface into the hulk's depths. The engine had been brought from Draconith through a teleport lock at terrible cost. Its harness had been fitted to him by Tech Marines and Sol Connor in a chamber that shook under bombardment. The interface spines pierced his armor, then his flesh, then the Electu pathways beneath. Every active scar across his body burned blue-white. Where circuits had been partially cauterized, they split open again, light forcing itself through blackened skin. Blood boiled beneath his armor seals. Steam vented from his gorget. His heart thundered out of rhythm as the cinder worm engine drank pain and turned it into stabilizing signal. Every step cooked him. He took them anyway. Arian whispered constantly now. "You burn for nothing, brother." Tylissus walked on. "You are a door. You were always a door." Tylissus walked on. "Let me out." Tylissus stopped only long enough to fire into a knot of reassembling corpses, then resumed the march with third scale around him. Corridon watched him through the smoke. "You look terrible." Tylissus's laugh came out as a wet crackle. "I feel worse. Then the machine is working." Ahead, Chaplain Iakodos met the demon priest for the final time. The chamber around them had once been a command cathedral built into the hulk's heartward layers. Now it had become an engine made from ship captains. Hundreds of them were fused into the walls, still wearing fragments of naval uniforms, Inquisition coats, pilgrim robes, Mechanicus hoods, and Void Officer sashes. Their mouths were wired open, their spines fed into a central organ of brass and bone that beat like a cathedral bell. Every time it pulsed, the fused captains spoke stolen orders in unison. "Hold fire! Advance! Retreat! Kill your brother! Open Draconith!" The demon priest stood before the engine, wearing Iakodos's blasphemous reflection like a second sin. Its false skull helm had regrown, longer-toothed, crowned with horns of draconi bone. Its cloak writhed. Its staff was slick with the blood of serfs and Astartes alike. "Skull priest," it crooned, "your litany is hunger pretending to be law." Iakodos advanced. "My law is simple." The demon priest spread its arms. "Speak it." Iakodos struck. Crozius met Bonestaff, and the impact broke the nearest fused captain free from the wall in a ruin of cables, ribs, and organs. The man tumbled to the deck, still issuing fleet commands through a mouth packed with wires. Iakodos crushed his skull beneath one boot without looking down. The duel moved through the chamber with brutal inevitability. Staff cracked against Crozius. Crozius smashed into bone armor. The demon priest drove a hooked claw through Iakodos's side, cracking ceramite and drawing blood. Iakodos caught the creature by the wrist and broke the limb backward until black marrow sprayed from the joint. It laughed through 3 stolen voices. "You are not pure. I know. You are not certain. I know. You are not saved." Iakodos drove his skull helm into the creature's face, shattering its jaw. "We are not saved by blood." He seized the demon priest by the throat and rammed the Crozius head into its mouth. Teeth shattered. The dragon skull head forced itself past the jaws, down into the throat, cracking the spine from within. Iakodos began naming the dead. Arian, Orestes, Damon, Helicon, Morthax, Pelion, Caliph, Deimos, Hestian, Varan, Thel, Mordain. Each name made the Crozius flare brighter. The Daemon Priest convulsed. Its stolen voices peeled away one by one, collapsing into static. The fused captains in the walls screamed as their command engine failed. Iacados kept reciting until the Daemon Priest's head burst around the Crozius in a spray of black blood, bone shards, and burning script. He tore the weapon free. "Fire is judgment," he said. The engine of captains died. In the slaughter corridors beyond, Corridon was nearly killed by a thing wearing Brother Daemon's armor and moving with Evander's precision. It came from a sealed side passage Evander had marked clean moments earlier. Its blade punched through Corridon's left pauldron and drove him against the wall hard enough to crack the meat metal behind him. His bolt rifle fell from his grip. The thing raised its weapon for the killing stroke. Evander shot it through the knee, then through the elbow, then through the helm. The false warrior staggered. Evander closed, drove his combat blade under its chin, and fired his bolter point blank into its chest until the thing was only armor fragments and twitching smoke. Corridon pushed himself upright, blood running from the joint of his pauldron. "I am moved." "Do not be," Evander said. "Third scale still has utility." Corridon looked at the ruin between them and laughed. It was a harsh, blood-wet sound, utterly without joy, and somehow stronger for it. "There he is. For a moment I feared you had grown sentimental." "Sentiment remains inefficient. So you keep telling yourself." Evander offered him his fallen bolt rifle. Corridon took it. That was all the bond required. Not friendship as mortals understood it. Not warmth. Not forgiveness. Function. Respect. Shared violence. The knowledge that each would condemn the other if necessary, and save the other if useful, and that in the furnace of war, those distinctions could become almost holy. The assault drove inward. The Hulk tried to split them again. Corridon denied the false paths. Evander sealed the rear. Tylissus burned with the cinder worm engine at the center of the formation. Sol Connor preserved the dead. Iacados returned from the cathedral engine with Crozius blackened and helm cracked. Blood-sword survivors fought beside them, fewer now, their red armor dark beneath gore and ash. At last, Tanek reached the heart. The chamber opened before him without a door. It was vast beyond reason. A hollow city inside the accursed eternity, made from the inward-facing prows of dead ships, inverted cathedrals, engine. Spines, hanging corpses, and rivers of blood flowing upward into a central darkness. There, suspended within chains of light, bone, oath, and memory, waited the thing that had called them home. It was not Kairos Fateweaver. It was not a named prince from demonology, not some winged oracle of the Changer, not a brass-skinned butcher of the blood god, not a bloated father of plague, not a perfumed serpent of excess. It was not clean enough to belong to one damnation. It had too many shadows, too many almost faces, too many echoes of warriors who had died believing their names meant something. It was imprisoned by fate and feeding through the bars. It fed on identity. It fed on memory. It fed on martial brotherhood, on oaths spoken in blood, on the shape warriors gave themselves so they could endure war without becoming only murder. Around it drifted fragments of star dragon rites, blood swords, penance chants, inquisitorial seals, Medusan iron prayers, Draconith tribal hunt songs, and the last words of men crushed beneath the wheels of the Imperium. It turned toward Tanek without eyes. When it spoke, it used every voice the chapter had brought with it. "Now," it whispered, "show me what you are." The heart of the accursed eternity was larger than a city and less sane than a dream. It opened beneath the assault force without warning, swallowing corridor, wall, ceiling, and direction in one vast convulsion of meat and architecture. The passageway split apart around Captain Tanek and his warriors, as though the Hulk had decided that concealment had become unnecessary. Iron ribs unfolded into cathedral arches. Broken ship prows jutted from the darkness like the beaks of carrion birds. Engine towers hung upside down from nothing, their plasma chambers pulsing with corpse light. Chains longer than hive boulevards descended into a gulf whose floor could not be seen. Upon those chains hung bodies by the million: crewmen, pilgrims, armsmen, cultists, servitors, inquisitorial retainers, blood swords, star dragons. Some were fresh enough to bleed, some were old enough to be dust held together by spite. Some had no faces, some wore too many. Their mouths opened as the Astartes entered, and the dead began to speak. Gravity failed. Blood lifted from the deck in globules, red spheres drifting upward through the air, catching the light of distant fires. Spent shell casings floated like brass insects. Shattered bone fragments turned slowly. A severed hand bumped against Corydon's helm and left a smear across one lens before spinning away into the dark. At the center of the chamber hung the warp core. It beat like an exposed heart, the size of a fortress. Not metal, not flesh, not entirely either. It was a mass of black crystal, brass conduits, muscle cables, ribbed armor, and translucent membranes stretched around a furnace of empiric blue. Each pulse shook the city-sized chamber. Each pulse sent voices through the walls. Each pulse made the Electu scars beneath Star Dragon armor burn and itch, even where they had been cauterized black. Tanek stood before it, bolter in one hand, blade in the other. Around him, the survivors took position. Corydon's third scale held the left approach, what remained of it. Evander's ninth scale secured the rear, though rear had little meaning in a chamber where gravity was optional, and doors formed where the Hulk desired them. Chaplain Iakados stood near the center, Crozius dripping black ichor from the demon priest he had slain. Sol Connor moved among the wounded with his servo skulls, gene vials, reductor drill, and bolt pistol ready. Tylissus stood with the cinder worm engine mounted across his back and chest, like a punishment wrought in archaeotech, its interface spines driven through armor into flesh. He was burning from within. Blue fire leaked from his gorget. Light shone between cracked armor plates. His scars had split open beneath the harness, and every glowing line bled steam. His breathing came through the vox as a harsh, wet rasp, each exhalation carrying pain enough to kill a mortal by shock alone. The entity turned its attention upon them. It had no body that could be named. It was the warp core, and the chamber, and the Hulk, and the voices between them. It wore hints of form in the smoke. A dragon made from oath seals, a giant with a rosette for a face, a draconi skull filled with stars, a towering warrior of iron with hands severed at the wrist. Black-winged thing chained in the shape of a question. Each form died as soon as the eye accepted it. When it spoke, dead brothers answered from every surface. Tanek. The captain did not answer. Captain of the 6th, son of no certain father, commander of warriors who carve memory into meat because memory is all you possess. The warp core pulsed. The suspended corpses opened their mouths in unity. I can give you certainty. Tanek raised his blade but did not advance. The chamber changed around him. For a moment he stood not within the demon Hulk, but in a vault of clean iron beneath Draconith. Records hovered in the air, whole and unburned. Gene lines unfolded in radiant script. Ferrus Manus stood as a shadow of silver and black, vast and stern, one hand extended as if in judgment or recognition. The words the chapter had never dared claim burned clear before Tanek's eyes. Sons of the Gorgon, blood of Medusa, forged for the hidden war. The star dragons were not accident, not orphaned stock, not a half-recorded chapter left to build itself from suspicion. They had been made with purpose, designed to endure what others could not name, shaped as blades for entities that fed on identity, oath, and lineage. Every uncertainty resolved, every missing page restored, every doubt slain. The temptation was not power. Power was crude. The star dragons had power. Bolter, blade, fleet, fortress, gene seed, discipline, hatred, and the sanction of the Emperor. They required no whispering thing to promise them strength. The temptation was identity, the truth of their father, the meaning of their rituals, the origin of the cinder worm engine, the reason Draconith had hidden a forbidden weapon beneath its bones, the answer to every silence in the Reclusiam. Corydon saw the hololithic ghosts appear around Tanek and felt his own scars ache beneath dead circuitry. "Lord," he warned. Tanek did not look away from the vision. The entity whispered through Ferrus Manus's shadow. "Take it. Know what you are. Know why your dead screamed your names. Know why I hungered for you above all others." Tanek was still for several heartbeats, then his blade lowered by a fraction. Truth given by a liar is still bait. The vision shattered. The entity laughed through a million corpses. "Measured even now, severe little dragon. You think caution is purity. You think refusal is victory. Remigius thought command was victory. Corvash thinks honor is victory. Evander thinks denial is victory. Corydon thinks purpose makes slaughter clean. Connor thinks preservation cheats death. Iakodos thinks doctrine can chain hunger." The warp core beat harder. With each pulse, the chamber showed them what it had done. Remigius standing before sealed files, choosing secrecy and naming it duty. The Ordo Malleus marking Draconith in red ink. Blood swords kneeling beneath the weight of penance, hungry to prove shame could be burned away through service. Star dragons recovering blackened gene seed from the old assault, binding their dead into memory. Aryans screaming as the entity entered the space where brotherhood and identity met. Varrock's workers carving scales into their flesh. Aspirants beneath Draconith's lamps, pain-making doors of their sacred wounds. "I did not need to break your walls," said the entity. "You gave me chains, oaths, secrets, shame, memory, dead brothers carried like weapons. I pulled once, and all of you came." Vaughn, bloodied and pale, staggered beside a broken engine rib. "You used Remigius." "I fed on his mistake," the Hulk answered, with the dead Inquisitor's voice. "He sought to bind me. He brought names. He brought rights. He brought warriors whose brotherhood was a feast beyond his comprehension." The voice shifted to Corvash's, distorted by static and battle fire. "The blood swords came because shame needed purpose." Then to Aryan. "The star dragons came because dead brothers called." Then to Tanek. "And now Draconith opens because sons without certainty want a father, even when they deny the hunger." Sol Connor moved during the speech. He did not argue theology. He did not look at visions. He cut a sample from a pulsing conduit, watched it scream through a mouth that formed in his gauntlet, and sealed it in a stasis vial. He compared resonance readings from the false apothecarian, the Electu mimicry, the living nerve arrays, and the warp core's response to the assault force. His servo skulls orbited faster. "Connor," Tanek said. The apothecary's voice remained clinical. "The entity replicates structure through possession. It can mimic language, symbol, voice, scar pattern, and tactical doctrine. It can force memory to wear flesh. It cannot originate sacrifice without predation." Evander fired into a wall mouth as it opened near the rear line. Bone and tongue burst outward under bolter rounds. "Clarify." "It does not understand brotherhood except as consumption. It can wear a brother's voice. It can use a brother's memory. It can bait with a brother's face. It cannot comprehend the will to die for another without gain." Corydon's laugh was low and ugly. "There is our advantage. We are stupid in a manner it cannot counterfeit." Sol Connor ignored him. "The cinder worm engine must be activated at the core." Tylissus lifted his head, then stopped discussing it. Connor turned toward him. The veteran's readings scrolled across the apothecary's helm display. Elevated cardiac stress, secondary heart arrhythmic, Lariman response failing, blood temperature rising beyond survivable ranges, neural burn spreading from interface nodes, Electu scars open across chest, throat, spine, scalp, and shoulders, ossified tissue cracking under thermal pressure, pain response beyond mortal scale. consciousness retained through Astartes' conditioning, hatred, and will. "You have minutes," Connor said. Tylissus took one step toward the warp core. His armor vented blue flame. "Then count well." Connor did. Primary heart entering fibrillation. Tylissus took another step. The entity recoiled. The warp core's surface tightened like an eye narrowing. Secondary heart overcompensating. Pulmonary sacs filling with blood vapor. Interface spines have fused with the rib cage. Armor seals failing along sternum and spine. Dermal layers split across elect-2 paths. Neural overload advancing through cervical column. Tylissus stumbled. Corridon moved to support him, but the veteran shook him off. "No." Corridon held position. Arian appeared before Tylissus. Not the hollow thing from the training cages. Not the pleading corpse. This one wore the memory better. The face was calm. The broken helm hung at his side. His chest wound bled slowly, not obscenely. He looked like a brother waiting after battle. "Tylissus," Arian said. The veteran stopped. The cinder worm engine howled across his back, building charge. "I am still here," the Arian thing said. "Some part, some spark. Kill me, and you kill what remains." Tylissus's breathing hitched. The entity pressed the wound open. "You left me once. Do not abandon me again." The chamber watched him. The Hulk watched him. The dead watched him. Tylissus lowered his weapon by a finger's width. Then he laughed. It was ruined and wet and full of pain. "You almost learned him." The Aryan thing frowned. Tylissus raised the cinder worm focus node built into his gauntlet. Arian never begged. The thing's face split, anger showing through the borrowed skin. Tylissus spoke once, not to the imitation, but to the memory behind it. "Thank you, brother." He fired. The first discharge of the cinder worm engine did not behave like plasma alone. It lanced from Tylissus in a spiral of blue-white fire and collapsed silence, a beam that burned light into shadow and made the warp recoil from its own reflection. It struck the Aryan thing in the chest. The false body opened from within, skin peeling outward, armor dissolving, face screaming as layers of stolen memory were stripped away. Beneath them was no brother, only a hooked knot of hunger and stolen names. That died too. The chamber convulsed. Tylissus fell to one knee. Connor's voice followed, cold and precise. Primary heart stopped, secondary heart failing, liver rupture, kidney tissue carbonizing, black carapace bonding points liquefying, neural activity unstable but present. He remains conscious. Tylissus forced himself upright. Again. Evander saw what came next, before Corridon allowed himself to. The heart chamber had begun closing around them. Walls of bone and metal were folding inward. New passages opened, leading deeper, all of them false. The Hulk was preparing to swallow the assault force whole, to cage the cinder worm engine, to hold the star dragons inside itself until their sacrifice became another story it could wear. Evander opened the command channel. 9th scale to all rear elements. Seal the heart chamber from the outside. Melter charges on every breach. Collapse access routes. Deny extraction. Corridon turned sharply. Evander. The sergeant of 9th scale did not look at him. Correct action. That traps Tanak inside. Yes. Tylissus. Yes. Us. If required. Corridon almost objected. Almost. Then he saw the chamber's rhythm. Saw the false doors. Saw the Hulk pulling their formations into pursuit lines. Saw how the entity had fed on every attempt to retrieve, rescue, preserve, and answer. Brotherhood was the weapon, but it would become a chain if they let the Hulk choose the shape of it. He exhaled through broken vox static. Throne curse you for being right. Evander marked the charges. Accepted. Corridon turned to 3rd scale. You heard 9th. Seal it. No brother leaves unless the captain orders it. No thing leaves wearing a brother. Melter charges flared along the outer doors. Bulkheads collapsed. Dreadnought Vorek, fighting outside the chamber, drove his iron body into a closing access route and held it long enough for the last charges to be placed. Warp-spawned limbs tore at him from the walls. He crushed them with his hammer and laughed through sarcophagus speakers as they peeled armor from his chassis. "Bury us well," the ancient growled. Tanek stood beneath the beating warp core and opened the fleet channel. Static screamed. The Hulk tried to swallow his signal. The Ladon answered through fire. "Ladon," Tanek said, "lock on my beacon." The shipmaster's voice came back strained, reverent, and damaged. "My lord, your beacon is inside the target's heart." "Correct." "Firing solution will strike your position." "Correct." A pause. In that pause lived the lives of every crewman aboard the Ladon, every brother still fighting, every serf loading shells, every machine priest begging the guns to obey. Then the shipmaster answered. "By your command." Tanek opened the allied channel. "Korvash." The Bloodsword's captain answered from the dying blade of contrition. His voice was buried beneath alarms, roaring fire, and the sound of boarding combat on his own bridge. "We hear you. Fire on my beacon. With honor. With accuracy." Korvash laughed once, a short sound like a blade drawn across stone. "Blood swords. All remaining guns. The star dragons mark the heart. Spend everything." Draconith's orbital batteries received the beacon. The area of scales fired through its own debris field. Macro cannons on the mountain peaks elevated beyond safety tolerances. Void shield pylons shuddered as falling wreckage burned against them. Mechanicus gun platforms spat lances through curtains of broken ships. The Ladon, crippled and burning, emptied her remaining port batteries into the coordinates burning inside Tanek's signal. Bloodsword's vessels, many little more than drifting gun decks and failing reactors, added their fire. The blade of contrition fired from within the enemy vessel it had rammed, her guns tearing themselves apart with the final salvo. Inside the heart chamber, Tylissus activated the Cinder Worm engine fully. His body became the conduit. His armor split down the chest. Blue fire burst from the wound. The interface spines glowed white as they fused with bone. His skin blackened around every scar. His eyes burned out inside his helm, but he remained standing, guided by pain, memory, and the refusal to be used. Connor's voice came through the channel, softer now, but still exact. Secondary heart stopped, brain activity critical, motor function maintained by interface seizure. He is dead by mortal definition. Tylissus raised both arms. Connor finished. He continues. The Cinder Worm engine fired into the warp core at the same instant the fleet bombardment struck from without. The chamber ceased to be a chamber. Blue-white collapse met macro shell detonation, lance fire, torpedo wrath, and the chained hatred of two chapters. The warp core split open, not exploded, opened, as if a god-sized ribcage had been torn apart from inside. The entity screamed with every voice it had stolen. Arian, Orestes, Remigius, Varox's billions, blood swords, dying in rammed ships, aspirants butchered in false rites, Draconi howling beneath blue skies, men unborn, men long dust, men whose names had been eaten before they could be recorded. Tanek stood in the light and vanished. The Hulk folded, its outer decks twisted inward. Cathedrals collapsed into engine blocks. Ship prows screamed as they were dragged through impossible angles. Chains snapped, flinging corpses into the growing wound of the warp. The accursed eternity tried to translate, tried to flee, tried to become myth again before death found its true name. No one knew if Captain Tanek lived. No one knew if Tylissus remained anything but ash and light. No one knew how many brothers had been sealed inside with them. The accursed eternity began to fall out of reality, folding into the warp while burning from the heart outward. As it vanished above Draconith, it screamed with the voices of the stolen dead. For once, beneath those screams, there was fear. Draconith's orbit became a graveyard that still burned. Where the accursed eternity had hung, there remained only a wound of radiation. ash, and failing auger returns. The stars beyond it flickered through curtains of debris. Broken escorts drifted in slow rotation, their hulls cracked open, their decks exposed to the merciless dark. Defense platforms tumbled end over end, still firing occasional blind shots from machine spirits too wounded to understand the battle had ended. Mechanicus gun skulls floated in dead swarms, their tiny brass bodies blackened by plasma wash, their prayers reduced to sparks leaking from split vox grills. Bloodswords vessels hung crippled beyond the inner defense ring. Some had no engines, some had no prows. Some were little more than gun decks, and chapels fused around failing reactors, kept from death only by stubborn crews and the machine rights of desperate tech marines. The blade of contrition lived, though barely. Its crimson hull had been split along one side, and its prow was buried within the corpse of a possessed escort it had rammed. Fires burned in its exposed decks. Men died by vacuum, smoke, and duty. Still its guns tracked the void, searching for the enemy that had vanished. The Ladon survived in the same manner a warrior survived, with both hearts punctured and one hand still around a blade. Entire decks lay open to space. The port macro battery line had been torn apart from within, its shell hoists hanging in frozen chains, and its loader crews scattered in pieces across the ruptured gun vaults. In the lower drive shrines, plasma conduits screamed with pressure bleed. The machine spirit howled through damaged systems, a wounded predator refusing the sleep of wreckage. Tech priests crawled through blood-slick access tunnels, sealing ruptures with sacred welds and their own bodies when metal was not enough. Servitors worked until they burned. Mortal ratings choked on smoke and kept turning valves. Armsmen dragged the dead aside, only when the dead blocked ammunition or power lines. Draconith turned below them beneath a sky no longer blue with warp fire, but stained red by falling ships. Varrox Secundus was farther away, but its sentence remained. Dead or dying under quarantine, the Hive-Forge world still transmitted distress prayers on broken channels. Some hives burned, some had gone silent, others screamed with billions of throats made one by infection, hunger, and fear. No evacuation was permitted, no relief fleet was summoned. The cordon remained, wounded but absolute. Around Varrox, refugee hulks tried to flee on damaged engines, broadcasting loyalty codes, pilgrim hymns, military authentication runes, and the voices of men begging in the Emperor's name. Evander denied them. His orders went out with the cold precision of orbital mathematics. Refugee hulks were destroyed. Contaminated districts were burned from orbit. Transit stations were cracked open to vacuum. Governors who had survived the first uprising were dragged from their bunkers by Star Dragon serfs, questioned under autoscribe, and executed against the walls of their own command vaults for allowing cult infection to root beneath tithe infrastructure. Some tried to plead that no mortal ruler could have prevented such corruption. Evander accepted the statement as accurate. He executed them anyway. Weakness did not require intent to become treason. The Star Dragons had won, and their victory killed millions more. That was the shape of their mercy. The accursed eternity was gone. No one sane claimed it was destroyed. The Hulk had folded from reality with its heart burning and its stolen dead screaming, but the warp had swallowed worse things than wreckage. No Auspex confirmed a corpse. No librarius echo returned a clean absence. No inquisitorial seal could be trusted to name a final truth. The demon ship had been wounded, perhaps maimed, perhaps banished into some impossible depth where it would bleed for centuries and learn hatred anew. The victory was real. The victory was incomplete. Thus, it belonged to the 41st millennium. Captain Tannic was found in a fragment of ship rib and black crystal 3 hours after the heart chamber collapsed. A teleport beacon, half melted and still transmitting through layers of empiric interference, led the retrieval party to a drifting mass of debris caught in Draconith's upper gravity well. The fragment had once been part of the accursed eternity's inner heart. It was now a broken cathedral rib fused around Tanek's body like a coffin refusing to close. They cut him free with melter tools and chain blades. He did not stand when they released him. Even transhuman flesh has limits, and Tanek had crossed them in the heart of the demon Hulk. His armor had fused to his body from heat and warp pressure. Dark blue plate, silver trim, burned flesh, and blackened Electu scars had become one ruined shell. His helm was cracked down the faceplate. One lens was dead. The other glowed red and dim, like an ember buried in ash. Sol Connor examined him in the apothecarian aboard the Ladon. The chief apothecary peeled ceramite from living tissue with saw and clamp. He removed shards of black crystal from Tanek's ribs. He drained blood from one collapsed lung and sealed ruptures in organs that would have killed any mortal in less than a breath. Tanek remained conscious through most of it. He did not speak until Connor asked what he had seen in the Hulk's heart. Then the captain opened his one living eye. No. Connor paused with a blade still inside the captain's side. The knowledge may be tactically relevant. It is bait, even if true, especially if true. Connor withdrew the blade. Your mind contains foreign memory fragments. Then cut around them. If they spread, end me. The apothecary inclined his head, neither comforted nor troubled. Acceptable. Tylissus was recovered later. There was less to recover. They found him near the collapsed heart chamber, fused into the burned frame of the cinder worm engine. His armor had split from throat to abdomen. The flesh beneath was cooked black, cracked open by blue light that no longer shone. His hands were still raised. The interface spines had grown through him like iron roots, binding machine, bone, nerve, and scar into one final shape of defiance. His helm had melted across his faceplate. No expression remained. None was needed. Sol Connor performed the extraction himself. He cut with reverence and brutality, because the two were not opposed within the apothecarian. His reductor drill punched through fused ceramite. His saws parted cooked flesh from black carapace. The smell filled the chamber. Burned meat, sacred oil, charred bone, ruined circuitry. Gene seed retrieval servitors hovered behind him, silent after he had personally purged their diagnostic routines. No unreliable machine would touch this dead brother. The first progenoid was damaged but viable. The second was burned nearly black. Connor carved deeper. A lesser man would have called the act desecration. A wiser warrior would have called it continuation. Tylissus had spent his death in service. His gene seed would spend what remained. Sol Connor sealed the vials in stasis and spoke the old maxim, his voice flat, precise, and heavier than grief. Even he who dies lives in the blood of his brothers and the deeds of the chapter. The apothecarian servitors recorded the words. Then Connor shot the corpse through the remains of the helm when a single dead Electu line flickered blue beneath the throat. No one questioned him. On Varrox Secundus, Corridon led the last ground purge. He walked through ash where cities had stood. Hive Maricon was gone from the skyline, reduced to a burning carcass of collapsed towers and furnace stacks. The corpse processing districts had been atomized by orbital fire. The underhive. Tunnels were flooded with chemical flame. Nothing moved in the manufacturum avenues except ash, vermin, and the occasional infected survivor crawling on hands worn to bone. Corridon's armor was grey with dust. Blood had dried black across his augmetic jaw. He had stopped making remarks somewhere between the corpse stacks and the final bombardment grid. A Varroxian officer, one of the few still loyal and sane enough to stand, approached him with a slate of survivor concentrations. "My lord, there may be untainted personnel beneath the western macro foundry. We hear them knocking through the pipes." Corridon looked across the ruins. The auspex showed heat, movement, vox fragments, some prayer, some sobbing, some chanting that might have been terror or infection. He recorded the names of the fallen before he answered. Tylissus, Caliph, Damos, Hestian, Varan, Bloodsword Sergeant Malovar, Brother Cerastes of the Bloodswords, Brother Duran, Brother Pell, others. Too many for one slate, never too many for memory. Then he marked the coordinates. Bombardment pattern, narrow spread, lance first, macro shells after. The officer stared at him. My lord, if any are pure, they will die pure. Corridon sent the order. He watched the sky open and fire descend. No sarcasm came. Aboard the Ladon, Iacados held the reclusium right amid broken walls and failing gravity. The chapel had lost half its ceiling to vacuum during the battle. Emergency fields shimmered overhead, revealing stars beyond cracked arches and hanging chains. Bronze dragon skulls had been recovered from the strategium and set around the chamber. Some were broken. One still whispered dead vox fragments until Iacados crushed it beneath his boot. The surviving star dragons knelt in rows. Their armor was removed where the new wounds were to be made. Apothecaries and chaplain serfs moved among them with blades, electu needles, and bowls of black sealing unguent. The chapter would bear new scars for the dead, but the circuits would remain dark until purity was proven. The glowing scales that had once been pride were now honor and warning both. The enemy had worn their symbols. Therefore, their symbols would be earned again through pain, scrutiny, and time. Iacados stood before them with his skull helm beneath one arm. The dead ship taught us nothing we did not already know, he said. Flesh may betray, memory may be stolen, blood may be bait, brotherhood may be used as a chain by those that hunger beyond the veil. His eyes moved across them, so we make of it a weapon instead. Blades entered flesh. No brother cried out. New scale patterns opened across chests, throats, shoulders, and scalps. Blood ran freely. This time, no light followed. The wounds remained dark. The chapter accepted the darkness as penance and vigilance. We are not pure because we are untouched, Iacados said. We are pure because what touches us dies. The brothers answered through clenched teeth. Fire and fury. Tanek met Corvash in the docking wound between the Ladon and the crippled blade of contrition. Both captains should have been dead. Neither had granted the galaxy that satisfaction. Corvash's armor was split across the chest and sealed with emergency plates. His left arm hung in a restraint brace. Half his face was burned raw, where his helm had failed. He stood without support. Tanek's armor had been patched around him because it could not yet be removed. His scars were black. His movements were slow. His silence was worse than injury. They did not embrace. They did not speak of sorrow. Corvash named his dead. Tanek listened. Tanek named his. Corvash listened. When the names were done, Corvash placed a blood-dark gauntlet upon the scarred docking rail between them. If it returns, he said, the blood swords answer. Tanek placed his own ruined hand opposite. If it returns, the star dragons answer. No hesitation, no pity, no secrets, Corvash said, and there was iron in the words that had not been there before. Tanek's one functioning lens glowed faintly. No secrets between brothers. It was not warmth, it was stronger. In the days that followed, the chapter's records were amended, but not completed. The Star Dragons remained what they had always been, a loyalist chapter of unknown founding, suspected by blood, habit, and shadow to be. Sons of Ferrus Manus, yet denied the comfort of certainty. They remained codex compliant in the bones of their order, yet draconic in tongue, rite, and memory. Their squads were scales, their councils were the clutch. Their armor was dark blue and silver, though much of it now bore the black scars of cauterized Electu circuits. Their home was Draconith, brutal and storm-racked, where boys were ground into weapons beneath the eyes of beasts and mountains. They were warriors of discipline and passion, iron and furnace, calculation and wrath. They were cruel enough to burn worlds, loyal enough to burn themselves first. The Imperium would never understand them. The Inquisition would file sealed reports and lies. The Mechanicus would protest the denied custody of the Cinder Worm engine. Varox Secundus would become a quarantine mark in red ink, then a cautionary entry, then a tithe loss, then a forgotten ash world among millions. The blood swords would carry new dead into penance. The Ladon would limp back into war once her wounds closed enough to make motion possible. The accursed eternity would be watched for in bad dreams, broken augurs, and the voices of dead men speaking through static. Captain Tanek never spoke of the truth offered in the heart. Corridon never again heard Arian's voice without checking his weapon. Evander never apologized for a single life burned in containment. Sol Connor preserved Tylysus's gene seed in the deepest vault and marked the vial with one word. Continues. The Star Dragons were not insane because they were uncontrolled. They were insane because their fury was disciplined. Their cruelty was sanctified. Their brotherhood had teeth. Their love for their dead could become a blade sharp enough to wound the warp. And when the galaxy demanded mercy, they answered with judgment instead. Above Draconith, the last fires guttered in orbit. Below, in the Eyrie of Scales, the surviving brothers carved darkness into their flesh and waited for the next war. Fire and fury,